Chapter 10:14. Right now, the endless world was indeed in an awkward position. Although the people there had gradually developed a free and independent personality, there were still human weaknesses. Many people lacked the character of sacrificing themselves for righteousness, loyalty, chivalry, righteousness, and disregarding life and death. Naturally, if Zhongli were to brainwash them, he would be able to achieve this. However, if he were to brainwash them through religion, they would lose the creativity of their souls. This way, their overall strength would be greatly enhanced. This situation was very easy to explain. For example, no matter how united the people's hearts were in the era of cold weapons, they wouldn't be able to fight against a certain person in the interstellar era. Zhongli first had to unleash the independent creativity of the souls of all living beings to the extreme. Then, in the process of seeking the truth, he would naturally get rid of selfishness, cowardice, and other negative emotions. The souls of all living beings were independent. When their freedom reached a certain degree, they would definitely not submit to management. But they would also blossom with all sorts of thoughts and be extremely creative. Back then, during the spring and autumn warring states period on Earth, thoughts weren't unified. Instead, 100 schools of thought appeared and contended with each other, influencing thousands of years. After that, the 100 schools of thought were abolished and Confucianism was revered. From then on, thoughts were sealed and no major characters appeared. Zhongli was very clear about this lesson. Right now, it was almost an era where all kinds of thoughts and ideas gradually appeared, merging into the depths of the endless river. This gave Zhongli a lot of space to comprehend. However, when danger arrived, ambitious people would also appear. Zhongli knew that this was also a tribulation of thoughts. If he could pass it, the endless world would rise to a higher level. If everyone was like him, able to cherish the lives of all living beings, willing to sacrifice for them, but their thoughts and spirit were independent and free, they would far surpass the many living beings in the primal chaos and become a true ideal country. There was a chance now. The endless world, outside the primal chaos, was facing a shortage of energy and was being devoured by powerful existences. Under such pressure, there would naturally be people who would create chaos, but there would also be people who were willing to sacrifice themselves. Under the flames of tribulation, they would be able to wash away their impurities and transform into true people of the endless world. All right. How are the 8 youths who had a fortuitous encounter and caught the rebellious ones? Zhongli recalled that fate had gradually descended and the great era had begun. Many youths had encountered fortuitous encounters. Some maintained order, while others destroyed order. Last time, a group of people who destroyed order were captured by the youths who maintained order and sent here. Those 8 youths had left a deep impression on Zhongli. You mean the Zhuang team? Dreamkite said, they're getting stronger and stronger. They established the Ancestral King Group, which has developed into a giant corporation, doing business on several continents. Moreover, they seem to have established a connection with some secret existences outside of the chaos world, which cannot be ignored. Very good. Zhongli pondered for a moment. If my guess is correct, there will be a huge upheaval in the infinite world. In fact, many existences outside of the primal chaos are just pawns lying in ambush, waiting to be dismembered and devoured. From this disaster, we will also truly find out who is the one who truly has the great fortune of the infinite world in their hearts, and who is the ambitious and ruthless person born from the aura of sin. We must go through such a tribulation to be reborn and become pure. That's for sure. Dreamkite said, I've already started monitoring and found many youths who have encountered fortuitous encounters. However, some of them are very secretive. Even if they have a fortuitous encounter, they won't show it. We can't do anything about it, because most of the fortuitous encounters come from outside of the chaos world. Where's the place with the strongest fluctuations? Zhongli said, so many pawns arranged by the giant existences outside of the chaos world have entered our infinite world. Very soon, those hegemons will get the news. It's like sharks in the sea smelling blood and rushing over. Looks like our battle is about to begin. We have internal and external troubles. Now that we've compressed energy, it has caused a backlash. Many continents are starting to resent our rule, and some are starting to protest. The loudest voice of protest is from the Chimu continent. Luo Feng said, "The people of this continent are very valiant, brave, and domineering. That's their character." As they spoke, a virtual picture of a continent appeared. The infinite world originally had 129,600 continents. Although it continued to expand, it was only the continents themselves that expanded. The number of continents didn't increase because of this, and the number of continents remained fixed at this number. Every continent had its own unique characteristics, and their civilizations were different. Continents interacted with each other, and some never interacted with each other. There were even conflicts between continents, and there were battles and martial arts competitions. Of course, there wouldn't be any large-scale wars. This was because the order Zhongli established was very strict. The infinite river not only gave people knowledge, but it also established a common law with all living beings. Look, this is the virtual image of the Chimu continent. There are many spaces and cities on it. The largest corporation in the Chimu continent is called the Luni Corporation, and the leader is called Luni. He's a descendant of the bloodline of Earth. Originally, he was very weak, but he suddenly became very arrogant. From the initial saint realm to the great Tao realm, followed by godhood, true God, ancestor God, heavenly venerable, great emperor, and finally, with the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. Finally, he transcended and reached the strongest realm in a reincarnation cycle. That's why he established a powerful corporation, Luo Feng continued. Luo Feng was originally a child of the celestial world. Later, when the celestial world merged with the celestial world, she became the son of one of the three powerhouses. She was in charge of the heavenly Tao, and she monitored the heavens and the earth. Dream Kite was in charge of the human Tao, and she maintained order. Hong Heiyu was in charge of the Tao, and he controlled the reincarnation cycle of punishment. When the three Taos of heaven, earth, and human worked together, they formed a stable iron triangle. Zhongli carefully observed the Chimu continent, and he discovered that the entire continent, under the influence of the Luni Corporation, had indeed produced a lot of resentment. The hearts of the people had changed, and there were endless protests. All of them wanted the infinite river's upper echelons to open up the energy for them to absorb. There were even all sorts of large-scale demonstrations on the continent. Zhongli didn't care about these, because they were all normal behavior. His gaze was fixed on the depths of the Luni Corporation. He could vaguely sense a huge amount of energy brewing. This energy was extremely terrifying, and it was definitely not something that could be produced by a single reincarnation cycle. Back then, the mark of the ascetic king had attached itself to the young Yin Kuxing, and Zhongli had to expend a lot of effort to suppress it. But now, the power of one reincarnation cycle could be killed with a snap of his fingers in front of the power of over 2,000 reincarnations. This was a much bigger difference compared to a person on Earth with a vitality of 1 and a person with a vitality of 2,000. Back on Earth, a vitality of 600 was more or less the equivalent of a saint, and a vitality of 1 was merely a top student in school. The headquarters of the Luni group seems to be continuously absorbing energy from the outside world. Zhongli pointed at the center of the Chimu continent and said it should be some existence outside of the primal chaos that has been communicated with. That's right. Although the Luni group is doing it covertly, they can't escape our surveillance. Of course, now they're unbridled. Luo Feng's expression was somewhat cold. According to the rules, these people can absorb foreign energy, but they have to report it to prevent harmful energy from appearing. Dream Kite said, however, the Luni group did not report it. They are absorbing in secret and even building a base. Once something happens, the base they built will be the breakthrough point. Should we suppress it immediately? Hong Heiyu asked. No need. Zhongli said, if we let it develop, we can suppress it now, but the residual poison will still remain, and it will flare up even more violently in the future. It's better to completely destroy it. Only then can we know who is loyal and who is traitor. Apart from that, without the loony group of the Chimu continent, how could the overlord outside of the primal chaos be attracted? How could we kill it? I can already feel that the overlord that the loony group communicated with is extremely powerful, but it is weaker than the rainbow-colored eyeball and the gray eyeball. Therefore, we might be able to kill it and contain it. We are definitely not a match for the rainbow-colored eyeball and the gray eyeball. Even if your strength has improved greatly, it is impossible for you to defeat them. Hong Heiyu said worriedly. Our strength has also increased, but in front of them, we are no different from ants. If we want to calculate, the strength of the rainbow-colored eyeball and the gray eyeball is at least hundreds of thousands of reincarnations. Jiang Li's own strength was about 2,000 reincarnations. Adding the infinite river and infinite world, he could display the combat strength of about 5,000 reincarnations. This kind of strength was naturally vulnerable to the rainbow-colored eyeball. It would turn to ashes with a breath. Everyone, don't worry. I just used the true meaning of infinity to calculate the existence that the loony group communicated with. Its strength is far inferior to the gray eyeball and the rainbow-colored eyeball. At most, it is at the level of 10,000 reincarnations. Jiangli closed his eyes and pondered. At the level of 10,000 reincarnations, I'm afraid we are not a match for it. Luo Feng calculated quickly, but it is not that there is no chance. The battle will be very difficult, and it will be a matter of life and death. There is a chance. This is a training for us. We can take the risk. I am confident that I can control the situation. Jiangli suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Then let's plan together. Many of the higher-ups rubbed their palms together. At this moment, in the depths of the infinite world, in the center of the Chimu continent. That was the headquarters of the Loony Group. It was built like a castle and was as huge as a planet. It floated in the air and emitted power. At the highest level of the headquarters, a few people were quietly cultivating around an altar. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the leader, Loony. Chairman, are we really going to overthrow the infinite world's rule this time? If they find out, it will be a disaster. Although the higher-ups of the infinite world pay attention to freedom and independence, they will definitely not be lenient if they truly threaten the order they established, said another person who was also praying. Oof. The higher-ups of the infinite world are actually nothing. That Jiang Li and the three magnates, Luo Feng, Dream Kite, and Hong Heiyu, have been tyrannical for too long. Now that they are in trouble, the times are turbulent and heroes are rising. This is a good opportunity for us. The great existence that we communicate with far surpasses the higher-ups of the infinite world and even the strength of the entire infinite world. Chairman Looney sneered. The aura on his body was destructive. Chapter 10:15. CEO, if Lord of Infinity, Jiangli, attacks us, what do we do? Can we stop him with our current strength? Also, the existence outside, the primordial chaos that we communicate with, is just using us as chess pieces. Once it's done, they'll definitely devour our lives. There's no need for us to be their chess pieces. Another of Looney's confidants said, riches come from danger. Our current strength is all because of the power outside the primordial chaos, Looney said. Everyone, I have my own plans. I hope that the mighty existence outside the primordial chaos will descend and fight with Lord of Infinity's team. Then, I'll devour them all. CEO, are you sure you can do that? Then we'll follow you. One of the confidants said loyally. Of course. You've been with me for so many years. Have you grown much stronger? Have you enjoyed all the glory and splendor? Looney said, that's true. This time we'll go all out. From now on, we'll control everything. The confidants all swore oaths. Looney nodded and left. I'll go observe the situation in the infinite world. I know that our Looney group has received the support of an overlord outside the primordial chaos. Other teams have received it as well, such as the famous Zhuang team. Zun Yinxing, that kid, I can say with certainty that he's no weaker than me. On the surface, he appears to be helping Lord of Infinity's team, but in reality, he's just scheming for power. They'll definitely come out to stir up trouble. After leaving the Flagwood continent, Looney walked among the continents, observing the changes. Many of them were pitch black, and a cold smile appeared on his face. As expected, the infinite world can't hold on any longer. As soon as it leaves the primordial chaos, it loses its foundation. How long can its energy reserves last? The more they try to save, the more people panic. Riots are everywhere. His originally impregnable rule was now like a piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. Divine abilities were no match for fate. Even if you were extremely capable, you would still be inferior to others when it came to fate and fortuitous encounters. I watched as the Lord of Infinity shook the world and suddenly rose to prominence on Earth. Now that he's at the peak, he's finally starting to decline. Good, very good. Not long after, Looney arrived on another continent. It was called the Sage Monarch Continent, and was an ancient continent that had been carved out by Jiang Li when he founded the cultivation world. It had a rich reserve of resources, and after countless transformations, it had become a very ancient continent. Judging from the time on the outside, Jiang Li didn't seem to have been here for a long time. From the destruction of the Earth solar system to the transformation of the cultivation world into the mortal world, which devoured the material world and then entered the main world, only a few decades had passed. However, millions of years had passed in the infinite world. The infinite world needed a foundation and a long history, so time flowed differently from the primal chaos world. Of course, this was all controlled by Jiang Li himself. Zun Yinxing, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out. I've already discovered you, and I know that your cultivation base is extremely profound. You're just faking it. Unfortunately, Jiang Li cares about freedom, independence, and the nobility of his soul. If he lets you go, he'll just sit back and watch you grow. Now, you've become one of his greatest threats. Suddenly, Looney stopped. Even as the words left his mouth, a young man appeared. His name was Zun Yinxing, and he was the same person who had appeared in front of Jiang Li to capture the traitor. In fact, he had even been praised by Jiang Li. His team was called the Zhuang team, and Jiang Li had noticed some enormous magical symbols on him that seemed to originate from outside of primal chaos. Of course, Jiang Li didn't care about that. After all, good fortune came from fate, and Jiang Li only wanted wisdom and experience. Wisdom and experience combined to form a civilization. Jiang Li was in control of civilization and didn't care about the gains and losses of any good fortune he encountered. That level of breadth of mind far surpassed that of others. But it was precisely because of that this young man had room to grow. Ha ha! Looney, you've told the public that your strength is only at the level of one reincarnation, but in reality, I'm afraid it's more than 100 times stronger. If I'm not wrong, your strength is already at the level of over 100 reincarnations. In addition, you still have a trump card. If you make a move, the three magnates Luo Feng, Dream Kite, and Hong Hei Yu won't be your match. Zun Yinxing grinned. Facing Looney, he was fearless, and his smile was rather playful. You're not bad either. If I'm not wrong, you should have obtained power from that thing outside of primal chaos called the Talisman Beast. Am I right? Looney seemed to know Zun Yinxing's situation like the back of his hand. That's right. I have obtained the infusion of the Talisman Beast power, but you have also obtained the infusion of the Totem Beast. Our strength is actually about the same. Unfortunately, you're really too unwise. You actually took this opportunity to start a riot. Do you really think that the Limitless Party's dominance has weakened? That you can do whatever you want in this limitless world? Zun Yinxing seemed to have other trump cards and didn't care about Looney pointing them out. Don't make it sound so nice. I know that you also want to replace the Limitless Party and rule this huge world. 129,600 continents. Your ambition isn't small, Looney said. Of course a man has to be ambitious, especially a cultivator. Zun Yinxing was still grinning. Looney, but I won't start a riot and be the first to stand out. Who knows, when you start a riot, I might even have to suppress you. I'm the defender of order. No, you're an opportunist. Looney said, I've long seen that you can actually do anything. For example, if the Limitless Party is in danger now, you'll definitely attack them. The first thing you'll do is to kill them. Do you really think the Limitless Party is done for? Zun Yinxing said, Looney, you're very, very wrong. You probably don't know what position the Limitless Party has in this space-time. It's a pity that you don't know some ancient secrets. What ancient secrets? Looney's expression changed slightly. The rune beasts behind us and your totem beasts are actually very weak compared to the Limitless Party. The strongest is the Limitless Party, followed by the primal chaos and eternity. Zun Yinxing said, if I'm not wrong, Jiangli is the real king. He's the reincarnation of the Limitless Party. Do you really think he's dead? Now, in the Limitless world, many people thought that Jiangli was dead and had not returned. The only ones who knew the details were the higher-ups of the Limitless Party. In the entire Limitless world, there were many teams. The Limitless Party was the strongest. They occupied the heaven, earth, and human realms and controlled the overall situation. No matter how strong the other teams were, they couldn't share the power. It was not like on Earth, where the government could still be elected by party. This party would be in power for a few years. In fact, whether it was Zun Yinxing's Zhuang team or Looney's team, they all wanted to completely suppress the Limitless Party and take power themselves. Of course, this also included other teams. Could it be that Jiangli has returned? But his strength isn't that strong, right? Looney asked tentatively. I don't know if he's back or not, but I can say for sure that he won't fall in the battle between the primal chaos, the rainbow eyeball, and the dark eyeball. If he died so quickly, it wouldn't be normal at all. He will eventually return. If you don't have the confidence to win, don't do it, Zun Yinxing said. If that's the case, how about we cooperate? Looney said, no, I won't cooperate with you. You want to cause trouble, and I want to maintain order. I walk the righteous path. You haven't caused trouble yet. So according to the law, I can't do anything to you. But if you do, I'll put you down. Damn you, Looney said. In that case, we're enemies. I guess I'll have to devour you. All right, Zun Yinxing said, still smiling. As long as you devour me, I'll accept it. Let's meet again in the Jianghu. Snorting coldly, Looney flew up into the air and left the sage monarch continent. At that moment, a man appeared in front of Zun Yinxing. It was a member of his team. Boss, this Looney is very strong. Do you have the confidence to kill him? I'm not sure, but he'll definitely be defeated by me. Let's not clash with him now. When he attacks, and when the Limitless Squad and the Limitless Squad are both injured, we'll attack and seize the totem beast. Zun Yinxing said, Zhenrong, how's your cultivation going? I broke through to the consummate level, Yang Qi replied. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown up. I'm going to go all out. I want to get Dream Kite. I knew you liked Dream Kite for a long time, Zun Yinxing said. Zun Yinxing said, I know you've been in love with Dream Kite for a long time. I don't think there's anything going on between her and Jiangli. That'll depend on how good you are. Jiangli might be strong, Yang Qi said, but the Tao of heaven revolves and fate intertwines. There are no eternal protagonists in this world. We have to be protagonists for once, Towering said. Of course. All of a sudden, Zun Yinxing was brimming with confidence, as if he was in control of everything. Ronnie is just cannon fodder. I've almost mastered the talisman beast. Although that talisman beast treated me as a chess piece, it fought with another powerful existence and almost died. Now, it's on its last breath and is about to die. I just need one more step and I'll be able to destroy the talisman beast's will and obtain its cultivation. That way, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds and reach 10,000 reincarnations. I think the entire limitless world, including all of Jiang Li's energy, won't reach 10,000 reincarnations. It might even reach 5,000. What? Boss, you actually had such a fortuitous encounter? Towering's body shook. The talisman beast actually experienced such a change? You're really fated to have it. That's not all. The overlord fighting with the talisman beast is called Fault. Both of them are injured and on their last breath. I'll devour the talisman beast, so I can also devour Fault. Zun Yinxing stood there calmly, as if he had become the overlord of the infinite world. Chapter 1016. Boss, it's really fate. With the blessing of fate, I'm afraid you'll be the main character in Jiang Li's future. Towering rubbed his palms together and was ready to do something. Hearing Zun Yinxing's words, he was naturally very excited. Because if his boss devoured the rune beast and you beast, his cultivation would probably immediately reach tens of thousands of reincarnations, far surpassing Jiang Li's or even infinite worlds by several times. With such godly power, he would probably be invincible in the world, and no one would be able to compare to him. He himself also had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the support of power outside of the primal chaos. Of course, his power couldn't compare to Zun Yinxing. This was because his fortuitous encounter was a small ball of essence left behind by a dead overlord outside of the primal chaos. As a result, his current power was only between 1 reincarnation to 2 or 3 reincarnations. If he refined all of the overlord's essence, he would probably have a shocking admission. Right now, the dense essence blood accumulated in his body had not been completely converted into life force and combat power. Therefore, there was still a huge gap between him and the likes of Dreamkite, Luo Feng, and Hong Heiyu. However, his potential was huge. On the other hand, Zun Yinxing's cultivation was above the 3 of them. Last time, he had been hiding in the dark, pretending that he only had the power of 1 reincarnation. Even Jiang Li couldn't see through him. He also seemed to have obtained some secrets, and knew that Jiang Li and the very ancient infinite had a secret. As for whether or not Jiang Li was an infinite reincarnation, even he himself didn't know. It probably wasn't that simple, and there were many conspiracies involved. However, at least in the hearts of those who knew the details, they already believed that Jiang Li was an infinite reincarnation. In the infinite world, there were many people who had fortuitous encounters. It was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Right now, Luni had appeared, and with the help of the totem beast, his cultivation had reached hundreds of reincarnations. Meanwhile, Zun Yinxing was even more terrifying. It was as if he wanted to seize the body of the symbol beast, and he even wanted to scheme against the exceptional beast. Once he succeeded, then he would become eternal, his hand covering the sky, and the boundless world would be turned upside down by him. However, Zun Yinxing was still a little fearful at the moment. They were afraid that Jiang Li was an infinite reincarnation, because he took advantage of the fact that the talisman beast was heavily injured and on its last breath. It was as if he had obtained many of the talisman beast's memories. In this way, he even knew more secrets than Jiang Li. Towering, you absolutely cannot let a guard down. The Lord of Infinity, Jiang Li, is the strongest. Zun Yinxing said, actually, my idea is very simple. It is for us, the Zhuang team, to replace the limitless team to seize power and develop better. In fact, this is also in line with the order of the infinite world. The laws of the infinite world stipulate that many teams can run for election. As long as we have enough strength, can produce results, and win reputation, we can become the ruler. That's right. For so many years, although the law states that many teams can run for election, the limitless team is still firmly in control. On one hand, it is Jiang Li's reputation and power, and also his contribution to the creation of the world. On the other hand, there is no team that can compare to the limitless team. It is time for a change of dynasty. Towering sighed. That's right. We, the Zhuang team, can make the world a better place than the limitless team. This is the key point. Our election, competition, and confrontation are also in line with the order of the world. Zun Yinxing said, this point must be firmly remembered and cannot be shaken. Luni is too stupid. He actually wanted to subvert the infinite world itself and cause destruction. He will not be tolerated and will be on the verge of death. But after he makes his move, I can use the name of maintaining order to quell the rebellion and gain reputation and merit. At the same time, I can accept all of Luni's power, kill the totem beast, and devour it. After that, I will have the 3 great powers of the talisman beast, the totem beast, and the totem beast. This is completely different. Good plan, boss. But I also suspect that this is the age of fate. Looking at the infinite world, the 129,600 continents, countless experts have fate. Heroes rise, dragons and snakes roam. Heroes come forth in large numbers. I'm afraid we won't be the only ones who have obtained great fortune. When the time comes, we will have to be on guard against the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Towering said. This is inevitable, but it is also our chance. Think about it. If only we have fate and fortuitous encounters, then the limitless team can deal with us, using the name of righteousness to make us the target of everyone. We will have no choice but to submit to their feet, unable to realize our ambitions. Zun Yinxing said, think about it. Heroes can only be born in troubled times. I can predict that after a period of time, the entire infinite world, countless heroes, and ambitious people will have fortuitous encounters. The entire world will be in chaos, with people killing and burning everywhere, robbing and plundering, a few people proclaiming themselves emperors, and a few proclaiming themselves kings. That way, the limitless team will have no way to manage them. Won't we be able to take the opportunity to come out, kill those existences, and obtain power? That's true. Towering said, the more chaotic the situation is, the more chance we have. Then let's start. I will perform the sacrifice and seize the last of the talisman beast's bloodline and primordial spirit. Zun Yinxing swayed, and his entire body disappeared, actually leaving the infinite world. And at this time, a pair of eyes retracted their gaze. This gaze belonged to Zhongli. He seemed to have seen everything in his eyes. Originally, his cultivation base wasn't this strong. But ever since he saw the door of infinity, he had many insights in his heart. His infinity law advanced a step further, and even more laws were brewing in his heart, surging. He had a feeling that as long as he broke through a whole new realm and stepped into the unfathomable supreme realm, he would be able to summon the door of infinity to crush everything. As he cultivated, his thoughts seemed to enter a dream, and he dreamed of the depths of the door of infinity. The depths of the door of infinity were still extremely barren, without the slightest bit of energy. But as his consciousness stood within the door of infinity, he could see the world more deeply. The door of infinity was like a magnifying glass, and it could reveal the world down to the finest detail. Or rather, the door of infinity was a demon-revealing mirror, and it could illuminate the world's demonic chi, revealing the true world. Therefore, when Zhongli was cultivating, he would be in a trance, dreaming of the infinite. He could see even more things, especially the infinite world. Each and every movement he made was within his grasp, and even secrets unknown to others appeared in the depths of his mind. Countless fortuitous encounters, countless fates, big fates, small fates, strange fates, bad fates, good fates, bad fates, karmic fates. He observed the changes in the world and grasped the overall situation. He was like the eye of the heavens, from the changes of the sun and moon to the small fights between ants. In his eyes, all the people in the infinite world who had fortuitous encounters, and what exactly their fortuitous encounters, could be seen like the back of a scholar's hand. Therefore, Zun Yinxing's fortuitous encounters and Nero's fortuitous encounters could be seen in his eyes. In fact, he could even see a line of fate on Zun Yinxing's body. This line of fate stretched out beyond the infinite world, and through twisting space-time, it connected to a mysterious place outside of the primal chaos. That mysterious place was formed from countless runes, and in the depths of the world of runes, there was a huge lair and trap. After passing through the lair and trap, Zhongli found a huge wild beast lying within. That wild beast was a rune beast. The rune beast was on the verge of death, and there was no chance of revival. It was on its last breaths and had lost all of its vitality and essence. Zun Yinxing's body flickered, and he appeared in the rune beast's lair. Zhongli watched coldly from the sidelines. He knew that Zun Yinxing was about to possess the rune beast, and with this opportunity, he would definitely succeed. his strength would be multiplied, and he might even be stronger than Zhongli. At this time, Zhongli could definitely stop him. He could even snatch away this opportunity, allowing himself to devour the rune beast and even seal Zun Yinxing. Jiang Li's strength did not include the infinite world, and he had 2,000 reincarnations, while Zun Yinxing only had a few hundred reincarnations. He was no match for him at all, but Jiang Li did not do so, because Zun Yinxing's way of thinking was in line with his order. Zun Yinxing was not stirring up trouble, but he wanted to lead his team in the election, which was in line with the law. This was one aspect, and the other aspect was that the infinite world's fortuitous encounters came one after another. This was a good thing. He had created a free and independent world, and did not stop others from having fortuitous encounters. This was his broad-mindedness and vision. Only such a world could allow him to continuously advance. It was even better if there were people giving him pressure. If there weren't any heroes appearing in this world, it would be like a pool of stagnant water. This wasn't what Jiang Li wanted to see. Moreover, he did not think that Zun Yinxing could surpass him just by absorbing the rune beast and the exceptional beast, even if these two overlord-level existences had the cultivation of tens of thousands of reincarnations. This was because he had begun to comprehend the infinite gate. The infinite gate had nothing to do with power. It was something that transcended power, spirit, might, and even aura. His broad-mindedness no longer cared about this kind of competition for energy. To him, he was no longer a human, but the infinite order. Therefore, he watched coldly from the sidelines. Just like the heavenly Tao, it did not care about the development and changes of all things under its command. Even if one defied the heavens or obeyed the heavens, it would still act indifferently and act according to its own rules. It would not be controlled by emotions. Only this way could he be high and mighty and control everything. He swallowed and changed yin and yang in his heart, space-time in his chest, eternity in his hand, wisdom in his brain, chaos in his abdomen, transcendence in his body, the great Tao above his head, and reality below his feet. In a trance, his realm had far surpassed Zun Yinxing and Luni. Of course, he was also observing Luni. From the threads of fate on Luni's body, he could see that in the depths of space-time, there was another mysterious nest of a giant beast. In that nest, there was also a giant beast. The beast's body was covered with paintings. There were mountains and rivers, the starry sky, all living things, hells, heavenly palaces, emperors, generals, ministers, peddlers, servants, and all sorts of living things and beasts. It was as if all tangible things were on its body. This was the diagram beast. Chapter 10:17. Compared to Zun Yinxing's Zhuang team, Luni's team was obviously much more vicious. This person wanted to subvert the order of the infinite world. He wasn't planning on doing anything like strengthening his strength or campaigning. He just wanted to directly conquer and create a dynasty that would unify the world for thousands of generations. This was obviously not in line with the true meaning that Jiang Li followed in creating the infinite world. In fact, many teams competed for the right to rule. Each had their own hopes. The emperor took turns to restrain each other, but they fought and restrained each other. This was the best way to achieve common goal. The reason why the infinite team was able to firmly grasp the situation was also because of Jiang Li's continuous efforts. The team was also improving. Without corruption, the teams in the later stages couldn't compete. However, Jiang Li definitely didn't have a way to kill those teams and plunder their resources to strengthen himself. The foundation of the infinite world was that all the fortuitous encounters and assets of the dead were sacred and inviolable. No one would use the name of righteousness to plunder personal fortuitous encounters. Therefore, the individuals in the infinite world would become stronger and stronger. With the arrival of the era of fate, it would truly be an era where 100 flowers bloomed. There would even be 100 sages contending for supremacy. At that time, the spirit and wisdom of all living beings would become more and more independent and stronger. The infinite river would also be able to extract eternal substances similar to the imprint of the strongest. Through the door of infinity, Jiangli had a clear understanding of all the fortuitous encounters. The millions of lines of fate were originally messy, but he could find the ends of the lines one by one, and find the ends of the lines one by one. Therefore, he could see through the past, the future, and all sorts of changes. It was as if everything was under his control. He didn't believe that he was the reincarnation of the door of infinity, but he wouldn't completely give up on researching this door. He secretly communicated and observed each other. He had grasped some of the door's abilities. With these abilities, he could surpass the fortuitous encounters of all living beings in the infinite world. Because no matter whose fortuitous encounter was bigger, it was impossible to surpass him. The infinite world was the number one among all the overlords. It even surpassed chaos and eternity. Even though Jiang Li's current strength was only 2,000 reincarnations, his wisdom wasn't comparable to any other existence. Tens of millions of wisdom, bless me. I know everything, I know everything. Jiang Li suddenly activated the limitless river. Instantly, the limitless river started to absorb the wisdom of the overlords according to the lines of fate. Outside the primal chaos, there were many powerful overlords, such as the Rainbow Eyeball, the Dark Eyeball, the Rune Beast, the Worry Beast, and the Diagram Beast. These autarchs infiltrated the boundless world and chose their agents. However, they did not expect that Jiang Li did not care about them at all. Instead, he absorbed their wisdom and experience through infinity and entered the depths of the boundless river, making his infinity even more perfect. Jiang Li absorbed the sapphire blue gourd, the colorful eyeball, and the gray eyeball. Right now, that wisdom was settling in the depths of the endless river, still fermenting, not completely refined. However, as Jiang Li's cultivation base increased and he began to comprehend more of the Infinity Gate secrets, the rate at which his wisdom melted became faster and faster. As a result, the speed at which the Infinity Gate's laws were updated also increased by leaps and bounds. Originally, when Jiang Li cultivated 200 infinity laws, he had already reached a bottleneck. It would be extremely difficult for him to advance any further. However, now that he was comprehending the Infinity Gate, he was able to see the world more vividly, which broadened his horizons. Just like how a pond's volume had expanded, it could naturally contain more things. 201 nomological laws, no grade. 202 nomological laws, no luck. 203 nomological laws, no remainder. 204 nomological laws, no constitution. 205 nomological laws, no system. 206 nomological laws, no profundity. 207 nomological laws, no malice. 208 nomological laws, no haze. 209 nomological laws, no collection. 210 infinity law, none. In one breath, he condensed 10 more infinity laws, and they were still evolving. In the depths of the limitless river, the accumulated wisdom instantly collapsed, turning into a vast ocean that flowed into the depths of Jiang Li's mind. Even Jiang Li's mind seemed to be unable to withstand the baptism of that wisdom. Fortunately, this was all within his calculations. He moved a little. That wisdom passed through the mysterious connection and entered the Infinity Gate. Jiang Li didn't use the mark of the strongest expert from the eternal substance to activate the Infinity Gate. Instead, he used his wisdom to peer into the truth within. He didn't know what was inside the Infinity Gate. He wanted to see it clearly first. However, in order to see the Infinity Gate clearly, one must have extremely profound wisdom. Given Jiang Li's current wisdom, it was definitely not enough. Therefore, he used the celestial transposition technique to transfer the wisdom that he couldn't contain into the Infinity Gate, using it to illuminate a series of events inside the Infinity Gate. Not only that, he could also borrow the Infinity Gate's buffer to properly refine this wisdom. Wisdom was light, an existence that could see through everything. As long as one had wisdom, there would be no fog in this world. The depths of the Infinity Gate were pitch black and extremely quiet. Jiang Li couldn't see what was inside at all. When he couldn't even familiarize himself with something, how could he cast the mark of the strongest expert into it? But now, As a large amount of wisdom flowed into it, the depths of the infinity gate began to light up. The darkness in the depths of the infinity gate wasn't something that could be dispelled by energy. Only an extremely profound wisdom that ignited the great flame of wisdom could dispel this ignorant darkness. The darkness in the depths of the infinity gate originated from ignorance. The more one knew, the more profound one's wisdom would be, and the more ignorance one could dispel. Moreover, the ignorant darkness in the infinity gate wasn't something ordinary wisdom could dispel. Fortunately, Jiang Li's wisdom was able to dispel the infinite darkness, which complemented each other. Gradually, just like the birth of a world, there must be light. And in the depths of the infinity gate, as the endless flames of wisdom appeared, many secrets began to reveal themselves. I see. Jiang Li could see that in the depths of the infinity gate, countless streams of energy formed into lines that were formless and complex. They seemed to connect the entire world, all space-time, all corners of the world, all sentient and emotionless beings, before returning to each other, refining and corroborating each other. In other words, the infinity gate was a mirror that could reflect all living beings, the primordial chaos, all sorts of hegemons. Everything, be it tangible or intangible, could be reflected from within the infinity gate. And without light, a mirror couldn't reflect anything. Light was wisdom. Of course, this wasn't the only secret of the infinity gate. There were many more things waiting for Jiang Li to uncover. But Jiang Li could absorb the wisdom bit by bit without his head exploding. This was because after going through the infinity gates, devouring and spitting, the violent intelligence had calmed down a lot, and he could slowly absorb it. Moreover, if his will was in the depths of the infinity gate, it would be 100 times faster than it was outside. Even more strange and wonderful ideas could be created, which caused his infinity law to improve once again. He was cultivating. Zun Yinxing had also entered the talisman beast nest. Unknowingly, he was very familiar with the place. Then he saw the giant talisman beast on its last breath and started chanting. The talisman beast's runes immediately flew out and fused into his body. The rune beast was a combination of many runes, just like the cells of a human body. However, the energy of each rune was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary person obtained a rune that was like a cell, he would definitely be able to reach the realm above the Great Emperor realm. He might even be able to reach the reincarnation realm. And now, millions of runes had entered Zhu Yinxing's body, and the talisman beast only moved a little, putting up a final resistance. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe, and it couldn't resist Zun Yinxing's corrosion and possession. In this way, Zun Yinxing's cultivation rose steadily, and he soon surpassed Jiang Li's cultivation. Jiang Li's cultivation was now at the level of 2,000 reincarnations, and adding the infinity world, it was at the level of 5,000 reincarnations. And he had absorbed the runes for about 2 hours, and he had already reached the level of 3,000 reincarnations. Then, he continued to devour in one go. His body grew larger and larger, and in the end, he devoured the talisman beast and occupied the talisman beast's nest. His strength had reached the level of 10,000 reincarnations. Ha! Zun Yinxing stood in the talisman beast's nest and let out a long roar. Wind and clouds surged, and he was insufferably arrogant. I actually devoured the entire talisman beast. I was supposed to be its puppet. Coincidentally, the talisman beast and you beast fought, and both were injured. I got the better end of the deal, and I really am fated. At this moment, Zun Yinxing's strength was at the level of 10,000 reincarnations, which was equivalent to the strength of 2 infinity worlds and Jiang Li. He didn't want to return to the infinity world, because if he entered it with such strength, the world would definitely explode. Haha, I will establish my nest here, and break away from the infinity world to become a new world. Let's call it the Ancestral King world. I'm going to kill Yu Shou right now, and take over his body as well. That way, no one will be able to contend against me anymore. Whoosh! With that, Zun Yinxing vanished without a trace. At this moment, In the depths of the Infinity Gate, countless magical symbols suddenly appeared out of thin air. They glowed brightly as they formed a giant symbol beast. This symbol beast wasn't real, but was formed from the condensation of intelligence. In other words, when Zun Yinxing possessed this symbol beast, all of its structure, intelligence, and experience, as well as all of its secrets and profundities, were thoroughly understood by Zun Yinxing. All of it transformed into a raging flame of wisdom that illuminated the interior of the Infinity Gate. There were many places that were illuminated with their true colors. Zhongli could see that the area where the light had shone on the Infinity Gate was illuminated was actually engraved with the secrets of the Infinity Tao laws. The Infinity Tao laws contained far more than the 210 that he had comprehended, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Unfortunately, the flames of wisdom weren't strong enough, and he couldn't see them clearly. However, he had already grasped all of Zun Yinxing's transformations. Sometimes, power isn't that important, Zhongli said coolly. Chapter 10:18. Zhongli watched coldly from the sidelines as the era of fate descended. In reality, while Zun Yinxing had obtained all of the talisman beast cultivation, Zhongli had obtained even more. Based on the lines of fate, he had familiarized himself with the talisman beast's birth and destruction, and from there, he could develop all kinds of mysterious existences. To put it this way, Zun Yinxing had learned how to fly a plane, but Zhongli had learned how to build one. The difference between the two had widened in terms of their origins. Therefore, even if Zun Yinxing used the talisman beast to attack him in the future, it would be of no use. In fact, when Zhang Li's cultivation deepened and he comprehended more of the infinity laws, he could cause the talisman beast's enormous energy to collapse with just a single word. Everything had a weakness, a flaw, a weak point, and a weak point. The same went for talisman beasts. Zhang Li knew what talisman beasts were afraid of, what they were most afraid of, and what were the weaknesses in their energy structure. He knew how to sense each other and make the talisman beast's energy not listen to Zun Yinxing's summons and instead pour into his body. This was the so-called breaking all laws with a single thought, creating all laws with a single thought. After he obtained all of the talisman beast's wisdom and experience, he used the Infinity Gate to digest it. Then his body began to change, suddenly exploding into a large amount of vital energy. The vital energy squirmed and finally turned into similar talisman characters, which combined to form a smaller talisman beast. Roar! Zhang Li had turned into a talisman beast. It was a real talisman beast, exactly the same as Zun Yinxing's, just that its energy was slightly weaker. Right now, I am the only talisman beast, and that dead talisman beast will automatically gather its energy on my body. Zhang Li said, "This is the uniqueness. In this giant prison, every great overlord is unique. There is absolutely no one who is the same. There is only one primal chaos, one infinity, and one eternity. Talisman beasts, diagram beasts, and so on, there is only one. However, I am the second one. No, I'm not the second one. I am the real one. Those bodies are all fake." After absorbing so much wisdom and experience in a trance, Zhang Li seemed to have once again comprehended many infinite laws and even comprehended some supreme principles. He was the real thing, and everything in the outside world was just his projection. There's no solution. He condensed 211 laws. That was because he had caught a glimpse of the depths of the Infinity Gate. There are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of shadows of the nomological laws. It was as if he was standing in the sky, looking at the evil spirits in the depths of the Yellow Springs. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but he knew that they really existed. Intelligence, not enough intelligence. I want intelligence. Zhang Li stood up. He transformed from a rune beast back into his human form. This was nothing more than a small experiment, and it showed that he had already seen through the infinity door. In the end, he would be able to completely control the infinity door and reach the ultimate level. However, intelligence was not enough. Even with the combined intelligence of primal chaos, the rainbow eyeball, the gray eyeball, the diagram beast, and the sapphire blue gourd, it was impossible to illuminate the interior of the infinity door. Therefore, he needed to absorb more wisdom and experience. As long as he could illuminate the interior, he would be able to see many laws clearly. Even if it was just a shake, as long as he could see a little bit, he would be able to follow it and comprehend more laws. As expected, primal chaos and Yuanshi were right. Zhongli thought for a moment. The infinity great Tao and the infinity laws have always existed, but they appeared out of thin air by borrowing my hand. My intelligence is the key to unlocking the infinity door. The key to opening the infinity door isn't the eternal substance of the strongest imprint, but my own intelligence. I understand now. Primal chaos condensed so many imprints of the strongest imprints because it wanted to control the infinity door. When the reincarnation cycle is over, it can imprint the imprints of the 129,600 strongest imprints into the infinity door. When the infinity door is fully activated, it will be tainted with its aura and then controlled by it. Then it will become one. But I'm different. Even if I am the reincarnation of the infinity door, I will not obtain the power of the infinity door. Instead, I will be bound by karma and become the infinity door. Therefore, I will first obtain all the secrets in the depths of the infinity door and then completely control this door. Then, I will use the supreme sacrificial method to sacrifice this door. He suddenly had an epiphany. To sacrifice, one had to find a great existence, and then one could sacrifice it. But the infinity door was the greatest existence. If one wanted to find an existence greater than it, it seemed impossible. Zhang Li, on the other hand, comprehended something new, and that was himself. He was an existence greater than the infinity door. As long as he completely controlled the infinity door, he could sacrifice it to himself. That was what he wanted to do. Sacrifice was not the same as devouring. The form of devouring was too low. Sacrifice was a higher form than devouring. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. Who could sacrifice the infinity door? Since ancient times, no one had been able to do this. While Zhang Li was comprehending, in the depths of the infinity world, many people who had obtained fortuitous encounters were making their moves. Especially Luni, who wanted to be in the limelight. At this moment, his sacrifice had also reached the most crucial moment. In the depths of the Chimu continent, in the depths of the Luni group, many altars were operating, and Luni stood at the center of the altars, beginning to receive power. O great totem beast, descend upon the infinity world and attack the infinity world. Luni's eyes were blood red, and his killing intent was born, as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. All of a sudden, a ray of light descended on his body. Luni's body became incomparably huge, and his strength rose steadily. Then, in the depths of the space-time outside the infinity world, a giant beast appeared. This giant beast body was covered in pictures, and it was the totem beast. This beast's strength, after 10,000 reincarnations, had almost exceeded the infinity world by 2 times. As soon as it appeared, it immediately set off an endless storm outside the infinite world. The huge storm hit the surface barrier outside the infinite world, causing it to shake nonstop. Rumble. The huge totem beast roared in the sky, and immediately its voice spread to every corner of the 129,600 continents of the infinity world. Everyone was panicking, absolutely panicking. This was the first time everyone faced the invasion of an overlord-class giant beast after coming to the depths of the space-time outside the primal chaos. When they were inside the primal chaos, no giant beast could enter, and the will of the primal chaos had not awakened. Everyone was still very comfortable and at ease. But outside the primal chaos, the infinity world seemed very weak, and any giant beast could devour this world. This world was now in the shape of a gourd, and it seemed very small in the space-time outside the primal chaos. Compared to those giant beasts, it was simply food in the mouths of the giant beasts. That Luni really made a move. He summoned the totem beast, and it's twice the size of the entire infinity world. Dream Kite, Hong Hiu, Luo Feng, and the other higher-ups of the infinity world all gathered here, and they nervously watched the changes when the totem beast arrived. "Should we go and kill that loony first?" Dahe said. "He's making a sacrifice to communicate with the totem beast, and at the same time, he's eroding our infinity world, causing chaos inside our world, and the collapse of order, causing the decline of the origin. In this way, the infinity world will quickly collapse. However, he can't control the totem beast himself. Clearly, this is a risky move, and he wants us and the totem beast to suffer heavy losses before cleaning up the situation." "There's no hurry now," Hong Heiyu said. "Zhongli has his own way. Zhongli, our current total energy is only 5,000 cycles, while the totem beast has 10,000 cycles of divine power. This time, let's see if the Infinity Team can withstand it." "Many teams are watching," Luo Feng asked Zhongli. Zhongli was calm. "Let's wait for the totem beast to invade." In a faraway place, Zun Yinxing, towering, and the Zhuang team looked up at the sky. The faint light was getting dimmer, and the world's crystal barrier was getting weaker and weaker, as though it was about to collapse. "Boss, you've already swallowed the totem beast, and your power far exceeds that of Zhongli. You can even completely suppress the Infinity Team, and next, you can even deal with the totem beast. At this time, do you want the Zhuang team to be the savior? Come out and kill the totem beast?" Towering said. He wasn't worried at all. The entire infinity world was filled with the aura of doomsday. The order was collapsing bit by bit. On some continents, there was even violence, murder, and arson. Ambitious people with ulterior motives were also fanning the flames, and the Infinity Team didn't seem to be managing it anymore. In an instant, the Infinity Team's power and reputation fell to the bottom. Originally, the order of the Infinity World was very powerful. Whoever did something that violated the order would immediately be captured by the space and judged according to the law. It could definitely prevent any crime from happening. But now, the space seemed to be shrinking, and it lost the ability to punish, so the order began to collapse. "There's no rush. We must wait for the totem beast to tear through the Infinity World's crystal barrier and descend. When the Infinity Team can't resist anymore, then I will act. Otherwise, if I don't give everyone unforgettable pain, they won't understand. The Infinity Team has been glorious for so long, and it's finally time to step down from the altar of history. This is also why there can't be an eternal main character in this world." Zun Yinxing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "That doppelganger of mine has already gone to devour Yusho. But my current strength is also very great. With a single thought, I can cover the entire world. Of course, other than that, I feel that in this infinity world, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's not necessarily that there's no existence that can fight against me. You must know that Looney and I have had fortuitous encounters, and so have the others. We're all waiting for an opportunity. It's just that that idiot Looney made the first move." Rumble. Suddenly, the sky broke. A claw appeared, and a strong storm, bestiality, and fear descended on the entire infinity world. The depths of the world were in chaos. The totem beast finally descended. Of course, some of the fortuitous encounters in the depths of the infinity world looked on coldly, as if they had nothing to fear and were waiting for the Infinity Team to act. Chapter 1019. In the infinite world, all the continents shook violently. The once impregnable world's gray space couldn't withstand a single blow from the totem beast and collapsed. The totem beast's strength was equivalent to tens of thousands of reincarnations. Everything in the infinite world turned into an illusion. The order collapsed, and the heavenly Tao fell. There is no longer the existence of God 3 feet above his head. Many people trembled in fear. They tried their best to retract their strength because they weren't a match for the totem beast. Even if they gathered all the power in the world, they wouldn't be able to contend against it. And those who had fortuitous encounters were waiting for the Infinite World Team to act. Or rather, they were waiting. The moment the Infinite World Team was killed by the totem beast, they would come out to kill the totem beast and seize its power. They would even take over all the resources of the Infinite World team. With the arrival of chaos, would there still be any benevolence, righteousness, and morality? The evils of humanity were unleashed. They were brewing and fermenting. This was the fate of the Infinite World. Zhongli had once built a beautiful world. Intelligence, civilization, and materials had all reached an extremely advanced level. But it was lonely at the top. Once this civilization collapsed, the entire society would collapse. Zhongli, what do we do? Countless people are waiting for us to act. The giant beast has already arrived and torn apart dozens of continents. Under Zhongli's lead, Meng Ziyuan and the others watched the scene quietly. When Tu Shou entered, they didn't make a move. The entire world and countless ambitious people are waiting for us to act. Zhongli said, but there's no rush. There will always be someone who will act first. It doesn't matter if we act early or late. We can see the ugliness now. With the totem beast's arrival, we can observe the changes. All crimes and evil will be revealed. After the totem beast disaster is over, we will carry out a great purge and purify the world. Hong Black prison sighed. Look, a calamity has descended upon this land. Some people are killing each other, while others are taking the opportunity to plunder. However, there are still a large number of people who are willing to sacrifice themselves and form groups to fight against the totem beasts. I've recorded all of these people's imprints and information. But the most important thing is whether we are a match for the totem beast. Hearing Hong Heiyu's question, everyone looked at Zhongli. That was because the hope of the Limitless Party and even the Limitless World rested on Zhongli. Now, whether it was Hong Heiyu, Dreamkite, Hong Heiyu, Dahe, or even Hua Lu Dao, none of them were a match for the totem beast. Zhongli was the world creator, and the infinite world was closely related to him. If the entire world was destroyed, he would also cease to exist. As for the others, it was even worse. None of the living beings in the infinite world would be able to survive. Only those who had a fortuitous encounter would prepare a path of retreat for themselves. Perhaps there would be a chance of survival. What the fortuitous encounters don't understand is that the infinite world is an enormous platform. The only reason they have such fortuitous encounters is because of the powerful beings behind them who want to plot against the infinite world. Without the infinite world, they would lose their purpose. Zhongli sighed. The tribulation of the totem beast is nothing more than a minor annoyance. Don't worry, I'm a bit disappointed. I worked so hard to create the infinite world, to give all living beings freedom and independence. In times of peace, they performed well. But now that the apocalypse is upon us, and we're on the verge of collapse, there's still evil lurking around. Is it really impossible for all of us to unite as one? It's inevitable. Primordial chaos created the material world and destroyed it again and again. Disappointment after disappointment. Freedom and independence means that everyone's willpower is different, and they all have different ways of thinking. Their understanding of the truth is different. There's no way for them to truly unite. If they could unite, then there would be no freedom and independence. You're like an omnipotent being trying to create a rock that he can't even lift. Luo Feng said, "That's why everything I do has meaning. If it's something the primordial chaos can do, then there's no need for me to do it." Zhongli sighed again. Let's see how chaotic the world is going to be. If you're confident, then why don't the Limitless Squad take action? Seeing how calm Zhongli was, everyone calmed down. They knew that Zhongli had a plan and was just waiting to see what would happen. Even if the world was destroyed, as long as he remained calm, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Observe what happens. Zhongli didn't care about the world he had created. At this time, the totem beast's power became more and more ferocious, almost boundless. The 129,900 continents collapsed, and countless experts flew up. Some experts fought, while others devoured all living beings in an attempt to increase their power. Why isn't the Limitless Squad taking action? At this moment, Zun Yinxing was confused. Although he could control the situation, he wanted to wait for the Limitless Squad to take action. Unfortunately, the situation had already collapsed, but the Limitless Squad was still able to keep their composure. He was puzzled. Could it be that the Limitless Squad knew that they weren't the Totem Beast's opponent and decided to give up? Boss, I think it's time to take action. Towering and all the members of the Zhuang squad gathered together. The Limitless Squad is completely disappointed. Maybe they're preparing a way out and completely giving up on this world. We can't let the world continue to develop like this. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. The Totem Beast hasn't completely entered. Moreover, if we can't be the first to take action, preserving our strength is the most important. I think there will definitely be people who can't help but take action. Zun Yinqing thought for a while and decided to wait and see. However, he had already secretly released the Light of Protection to protect his continent, so that it wouldn't be completely torn apart by the Totem Beast's descending power. Limitless Squad, the world that you guys have been sitting on for so long is finally going to change. This year, it's our turn. At this moment, on another continent, another squad appeared. This continent was called the Vast Sun Continent. There was a squad on this continent called the Space Splitting Squad. Originally, it was a small group that didn't reveal itself. However, it suddenly erupted. When the calamity came, the squad leader, Yuan Space Splitting, actually occupied the entire continent and began a great purge. He exploded with a power that was never seen before. Big brother, we've captured the governor of this continent. A strong man directly split open the space and captured a series of people. They were all officials of this continent, and the one in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing battle armor. He was covered in injuries, but he was currently shackled and locked up in a birdcage-like prison. His family, wife, daughter, and a few young sons are also locked up with him. That strong man was the second in command of the Space Splitting Squad. Now, his cultivation was actually above a rebirth realm. No one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. After he captured the governor and his family, as well as all the government officials, a lewd smile appeared on his face. The desire in his heart was released. Very good. You haven't done anything to them yet, right? The boss, Yuan Likong, unleashed his power. Kacha. All the cages were shattered, and these government officials were released one by one. However, they were still under his control. He made a hugging gesture with his hands. Everyone, the Vast Sun Continent is now under my control. Listen to me and embrace a brand new era. How about it? Space Splitting Squad, you really did it. The governor retorted angrily. The world is in chaos now. As a member of the boundless world, everyone should unite. If you have the power, fight against the extraterrestrial beasts. Why do you need internal strife? You talk a lot. Yuan Space Splitting's eyes revealed a fierce glint. I don't need to explain anything to ants like you. Just one sentence. If you don't listen to my destiny, your son will die. He waved his hand. Bang! Beside the governor, his son suddenly exploded. Completely and utterly. Not even his bones were left, and he turned into a bloody mist. Then Yuan Space Splitting inhaled, and all the bloody mist was sucked into his body. Son, the governor cried out miserably, but it was useless. He couldn't move his body. In front of Yuan Space Splitting, he didn't seem to have any ability to retaliate. Your daughter is quite beautiful. Yuan Space Splitting chuckled, and with another grab, the governor's daughter was in his hands. This woman immediately closed her eyes and resigned herself to fate. Don't touch my daughter, or I'll fight you to the death. The governor roared. It's useless. In front of me, don't talk about a small governor like you. Even the Limitless Lord isn't my opponent. Don't he have 3 big shots under him? The big shot who controls the Heaven Dao and the big shot who controls the Human Dao are called Luo Feng and Dream Kite, respectively. These 2 women are going to be captured by me and become my women. Yuan Space Splitting laughed coldly. Now that the Totem Beast has descended, the entire boundless world is going to be destroyed. Why do you still need to be loyal to the Limitless Squad? Do you see, the world is already in such a state, and the Limitless Squad still hasn't made a move. This proves that this squad is hopeless. I wasn't appointed by the Limitless Squad. I was chosen by the entire Vast Sun Continent. You should vote for me too. The governor roared. I'm not loyal to the Limitless Squad. I'm loyal to the entire continent, to the entire order. If you have the ability, kill me. Very good. Yuan's space-splitting waved his hand. Kill. Fight this totem beast to the death. On another continent, someone finally made a move. That was also a group of people who had a fortuitous encounter, and their strength was above a samsara. They didn't wait for the limitless squad to make a move, but took the initiative to fight the totem beast to the death. In the entire boundless world, there were hot-bloodedness, conspiracies, betrayals, ambitions, and justice. Zhongli saw all of this with his own eyes. It's time to make a move. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual fluctuation enveloped the entire boundless world. Unlimited resurrection. A majestic life force was born out of nowhere. In all the limitless continent, the people who died were all resurrected. Because of this disaster, the existences that perished were all reformed, and all the continents started to repair themselves automatically. In the blink of an eye, the shattered Qian Koan returned to its original state. What's going on? Yuan's space-splitting saw that the people he had just killed were resurrected again. Those officials who were resurrected looked at each other, and in an instant, they recovered their memories. Chapter 1020. Jiang Li's infinite resurrection technique could be said to have comprehended the profoundness to the extreme. The infinite world was equivalent to a virtual world in a game. Everyone, even the tiniest speck of dust, to him, was data that had long been deeply engraved in the depths of his mind. Therefore, even if the infinite world was destroyed, as long as the energy was still there, he could instantly restore the data. Originally, he did not have such an ability. However, recently, he had comprehended the door of infinity and obtained fortuitous encounters and wisdom. Now it could be said that the infinite world was completely under his control. There was no longer a trace of it left out. Heaven and earth were constantly shaking and exploding. The sun and moon were also reincarnating, and yin and yang were alternating. Originally, to do such a thing, he could actually reverse time and restore the world to before it was destroyed. However, this way, everything that happened would be meaningless. What Zhongli wanted to do was to show the good and evil. Those who did evil would not be able to escape. Those who were kind and righteous would definitely be rewarded. Those that were destroyed, one after another, were restored. At this point in time, this was a great mystique. Those who had just killed people and committed evil deeds suddenly discovered that the people they killed were coming back to life. Moreover, they even knew that they had been killed. What kind of feeling would that be? This was the case for Yuan Laikong in front of him. All the officials of the vast Sun continent, including the governor and even the governor's family, were killed by him because they refused to obey him. Unfortunately, just as he made a move, these people were all resurrected in front of him. He almost did not dare to believe his eyes. He did not understand what was happening at all. Kill! He thought quickly and waved his hand again, releasing a huge force to kill these people who were resurrected one after another. However, when he waved his hand, he actually could not release the force. It was as though the entire infinite world had banned the release of mystiques. In other words, he suddenly discovered that he had become an ordinary person. He had a huge amount of power, but he could not release it. This was because the rules of the entire world were changing. Infinite martial prohibition. Deep in the sky, the rumbling voice of Jiang Li could be heard. It spread everywhere, as though he was the supreme and omnipotent overlord. Even if this Yuan Laikong had a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for him to perform any martial arts actions in the infinite world. Infinite martial prohibition meant that he could not use any martial arts. In an instant, everyone became ordinary people. They could speak and live, but they could not use martial arts. Of course, it wasn't that their martial arts didn't exist. As long as they left this infinite world, they could still use their martial arts. However, without martial arts, it was impossible for them to leave this infinite world. The world has been restored. The Lord of Infinity has made his move. The Viceroy snapped out of his daze and looked up into the sky. All of the shattered gray space had healed up, and the totem beast's power had been forced out. The entire world's gray space was now showing its astonishing ability to bite. Damn, how did this happen? I'm gonna kill you. Yuan Liekong's subordinate didn't dare to believe that things had taken a turn for the better. He strode forward and displayed his void, traversing martial art, wanting to capture the governor and the other officials once again. But with a putong sound, he fell to the ground. He couldn't use his martial arts and was devoured by the space. He fell flat on his face. All order has been restored. At this time, Jiang Li's voice rang out from the depths of the sky. In this calamity, those who are kind and righteous will be rewarded generously. Those who are evil, ruthless, and cruel will fall. The beasts will soon be destroyed. After that, in the name of order, those who have broken the order will be judged. Everyone looked up into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky of the infinite world became transparent. Everyone could see that, outside the infinite world, the huge totem beast was swimming around, attacking the world's crystal wall in a frenzy. However, the gray space was impregnable and didn't show any signs of collapsing. In fact, it seemed to be absorbing the power of the totem beast's attacks, making it even more stable. The diagram beast furiously roared and continued to madly attack. It opened its mouth and spat out boundless flames that formed pictures, causing the boundless world's crystal barrier to become scorching hot. How did things turn out like this? Zun Yinxing's face was pale. He suddenly realized that he couldn't use any martial arts. His current level of power far surpassed the infinite world, and yet he was still restricted by the magical laws. In other words, Jiang Li's understanding of power far surpassed his own. Even with his immense power, he was nothing more than a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Boss, I can't use my martial arts. What's going on? What happened to the Lord of the infinite world? Don't tell me you're not strong enough to break through. Towering's expression was one of panic. There's no rush. I want to see how strong Jiang Li is. Zun Yinxing calmed down. What kind of person was he? He had devoured the talisman beast, and now he had devoured the totem beast, both of which were domineering entities in primal chaos. His power had reached the level of 30 or 40,000 reincarnations, which was 7 or 8 times that of the infinite world and Jiang Li combined. He was absolutely confident that he could break through. That's right. The crisis with the totem beast isn't over yet. Towering's eyes flashed. That's what Jiang Li is capable of. He can resurrect infinitely and forbid martial arts. He stabilized the world. If he can't even do that, then we'll be disappointed. You're right. Zun Yinxing nodded. Jiang Li has some ability. If the totem beast had destroyed the world and destroyed the infinite world, he would have been a coward. Even I would have looked down on him. Now that he's stabilized the world, that's something I didn't expect. But things are still under control. Just watch. He can't beat the totem beast. Power is power. There's nothing fake about it. The infinite world and him combined only have 5,000 reincarnations. Towering grew more and more confident. Although the totem beast isn't as strong as Big Brother's talisman beast or the totem beast, he still has over 10,000 reincarnations. I feel that Jiang Li won't be able to hold on for much longer, especially since he still has to waste energy to deal with us here. Using unlimited resurrection and unlimited martial prohibition requires a lot of energy. On one hand, he has to stabilize the rear, and on the other hand, he has to fight against powerful enemies. I think he's only strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. That's true. A smile appeared on Zun Yinxing's face. Just wait and see. The opportunity is ours. Rumble. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Li's enormous form appeared in the transparent sky. Everyone could see that the infinite lord and the totem beast were locked in a stalemate. The flames that the totem beast was spewing were wrapped around the infinite lord, and yet they didn't burn him. The totem beast couldn't do anything to him. Jiang Li's cultivation base had already reached a level where he could disregard strength and energy. This was because he had already understood the structure of the diagram beast. Any attack of the diagram beast, in his eyes, would be able to find a subtle flaw. Any energy had a flaw. It was just like how no matter how much oil there was, even if it was an ocean, it could still be ignited by a tiny spark. Therefore, energy wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the mutual reinforcement and suppression of energy. Even an elephant could be stabbed to death by a needle. As long as Jiangli mastered the myriad of transformations and flaws, he would be able to use a tiny amount of power to destroy an enormous amount of energy. Everyone looked on as Jiangli faced the totem beast. Then, he made his move. It was a blur of smoke, without any sound or energy whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack. A grayish-white beam of light pierced through the totem beast's flames and slammed into its body. And yet, the totem beast couldn't stop it. It was like a spark igniting an entire ocean of oil. The totem beast's body began to shrink, like a punctured balloon. It began to deflate, and its enormous energy began to leak out into the infinite world. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the totem beast exploded. It happened very quickly. There was no struggle, and it wasn't as difficult as everyone had imagined. Jiangli had killed the totem beast with a single move. Tens of thousands of the totem beast's reincarnation power had been killed just like that. It was terrifying. All of the totem beast's power was poured into the infinite world. Everyone could sense that the infinite world was ushering in a new era of development. It was truly entering a golden age. The infinite world didn't have enough energy. Many of the continents had fallen into darkness, but now it had absorbed all of the totem beast's energy. It was like swallowing something twice its size. That energy wouldn't run out even after hundreds of thousands of years. The Infinite Lord killed the totem beast. How could this happen? Could it be that the Infinite Team had been plotting all along? They had a well-thought-out plan. Did they have absolute confidence from the beginning? The reason why the infinite world fell into chaos was to reveal the good and evil of the human heart. It caused many people to reveal their true nature. It's like true gold being tempered by fire. Bit by bit, all the impurities are burned out. Some of the wise ones had already understood. From the start to the end, the Infinite Team had been grasping the bigger picture. The dead had been resurrected. This was just a trial for the world. But those who did evil and those who did good were all revealed. After the situation stabilized, these people would be rewarded and punished accordingly. No one could blame anyone. They had only themselves to blame. He directly defeated the totem beast. Zun Yinxing could no longer maintain his composure. He knew that his plan had been completely ruined. He also knew that Jiang Li's strength was far above his. If Jiang Li could kill the totem beast, it meant that he could definitely kill him. The method that Jiang Li had just displayed was equivalent to finding the flaws of all things. It was completely beyond the scope of energy. Chapter 10:21. Totem Beast died just like that. All the calamities vanished like smoke in thin air. The most disappointed person was Looney. This person was Totem Beast's pawn. Summoning Totem Beast and breaking through the crystal wall of the infinite world were all related to him. If he had not been the coordinate point and allowed Totem Beast to know the location and origin of the infinite world, perhaps Totem Beast would not have been so fast. Unfortunately, Totem Beast was killed by Jiang Li. All of Looney's hopes were dashed. He was ambitious and wanted to control the whole world. Now, it would be hard for him to die, even if he wanted to. Totem Beast died just like that. Looney looked at the sky with a disappointed expression. He wanted to escape. Unfortunately, martial arts were still prohibited in the infinite world. He could not even fly, let alone perform any actions. Crash! At this moment, many people broke through the door. They were all warriors wearing battle armor. The leading warrior took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. Looney, you have violated the World Security Act. I am now under orders to take you away for investigation. Everyone from the Looney group, follow me. If you resist, kill without mercy. Looney revealed a fierce look, as if he was about to make a move. However, the warrior waved his hand, and a huge amount of energy gathered into a prison. It sucked in all the people from the Looney group and sealed them. Martial arts are prohibited in the infinite world. Why can you still move? Looney roared. The warrior said, we are law enforcers. Now that the world has stabilized, we have begun to settle the evil existences. Those who are kind and righteous have recovered their martial arts. As for those who have done evil, their martial arts are still sealed. This is the will of the world itself. You are finished. Looney, stop struggling. Totem Beast is dead, and the energy origin has integrated into the infinite world. The whole world is stronger than before. You no longer have the slightest chance to turn things around. Do you understand? No. Looney also knew that he was finished. He tried his best to resist, but he was powerless to do so. The same scene happened in the vast Sun continent. Inside Yuan Liekong's group, the governor and many other officials were in a stalemate with his team. Both sides weren't allowed to use martial arts and could only stare at each other. Originally, Yuan Liekong was still thinking that after Jiang Li was defeated by Tu Shou, the world would return to its fragmented state. Then, he would be able to come out and clean up the mess, kill all these people in front of him, and even devour Jiang Li. Unfortunately, things were getting more and more cruel. Tu Beast was instantly killed by Jiang Li. All of the energy poured into the world, and the lights of the boundless world lit up once more. Every continent was incomparably brilliant, even more brilliant than when they were at their peak, stepping into a whole new level. One had to know that the boundless world had only accumulated the power of 3,000 reincarnations after such a long time. What kind of level would the power of 10,000 reincarnations reach? It was equivalent to making up for all the holes in the world. I have to think of a way to escape. The primordial almighty behind me is still alive. Yuan Liekong was still fantasizing in his heart. He exerted all his strength to circulate the energy in his body. He wanted to break through the seal of the boundless world, fly out, and escape. But unfortunately, this was simply futile because the power of the boundless world was getting stronger and stronger. The laws of the world were completely strengthened, and it was utterly impossible to break through. Dad, I've recovered my strength. Suddenly, the governor's daughter's entire body flickered with light, and countless runes appeared. These runes fused with each other and transformed. Not only did she recover her strength, but she even improved. She had just been humiliated by Yuan Liekong and killed in the end. The memory was deeply engraved in her mind, and now that she had been revived, it was like a dream. She had also seen the scene of people's hearts collapsing and committing evil, and the hatred in her heart could not be any greater. Swoosh! She charged over at lightning speed and fiercely kicked Yuan Liekong's groin. Yuan Liekong's entire body was trembling, and he bent down like a shrimp. All of his strength had been sealed, and he couldn't display it at all. He could only passively take a beating, and the pain couldn't be eliminated either. In a sense, he was just an ordinary person. What did it feel like for an ordinary man to be kicked in the groin? He bent down, and even tears flowed out, but it was to no avail. He couldn't resist at all, because his opponent had already recovered her martial arts, and the gap between them was like the sky and the earth. Yuan Liekong, to think that you would have such a day. The governor's daughter used all her strength to step on Yuan Liekong's groin and trampled on it. The insufferably arrogant Yuan Liekong immediately let out an ear-piercing scream and howl. Bang, bang, bang. The governor's daughter used all her strength to stomp on him and almost turned him into a rotten egg. Yuan Liekong was already badly mutilated, but although he couldn't display his martial arts, his vitality and self-recovery ability were still very strong. Therefore, no matter how badly mutilated he was, he could still recover. But because of this, he was in even more pain. All right, stop. The governor stopped his daughter's actions. Although he also hated this Yuan Liekong, he couldn't use private punishment here. I think the law enforcement team will arrive in a while, and this Yuan Liekong will be in even more pain. According to my understanding of the law, he will go to hell and serve his sentence in hell for billions of years. He won't die, but it is precisely because of this that he will be in even more pain. The law of the boundless world basically didn't have the death penalty of having one's body and soul destroyed, because this was a kind of release. Most major crimes would be sent to hell, and this kind of pain was much crueler than death. For example, if Yuan Liekong went to hell, the first thing he would do was to be roasted continuously on a stake for 1,000 years. At the same time, he would be frozen and his body would be sawed open and sewn back together. He would also put the person in a pot of oil and fry them over and over again. He would even use a small knife to cut off the person's flesh piece by piece. When he saw himself turning into white bones, he would even place the person in a box with steel needles stuck outside. Countless hellish tortures will be made to experience every day, and such a person couldn't die. At that time, even wanting to die would be an extravagant hope. Right now, Yuan Liekong's crimes were extremely heinous, and he would definitely go to hell. Once he went to hell, it would be the beginning of a nightmare. As expected, when he heard that he was going to hell, Yuan Liekong's body trembled, and he wanted to commit suicide. Unfortunately, his martial arts were completely sealed, and it was difficult even if he wanted to. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The space split open, and a team of soldiers appeared. Facing Yuan Liekong, they didn't say anything and took out a document in the air. Yuan Liekong, you are suspected of murder, destruction, betrayal of the boundless world, and the destruction of humanity. We will now capture you and bring you back for trial. Come with us. No. Yuan Liekong jumped up, and he wanted to escape. However, he was grabbed by these soldiers, and he was sucked into the air. Instantly, he disappeared without a trace. All the members of the team were also captured. The vast Sun Continent's governor and the team of officials swore to protect the continent with their lives. They sacrificed their lives for justice, and the boundless worlds will commend them. At this moment, a voice transmitted from the depths of the space. In an instant, this team of officials emitted boundless bright light. Their cultivation was skyrocketing, and every one of them had almost increased by a realm. This was the reward they deserved. There would definitely be rewards for maintaining the order of the space. This was the so-called good would be rewarded, and evil would be repaid with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution, but that the time hadn't come yet. When the time came, they would definitely report all. This time, Jiangli could be said to have used two beasts to carry out a huge reshuffle of the entire boundless world. From the start, he had shut down many energy sources of the continent, causing panic in the hearts of the people. When two beasts came, the space collapsed, and people killed and plundered everywhere. Dragons and snakes rose from the continent, and ambitious people were everywhere, but he still didn't move. At the end, he suddenly executed infinite resurrection, infinite martial prohibition, and killed two beasts. With these three moves, he reversed the situation and revolutionized the situation. This way, the hearts of all humans had once again gone through a great baptism. Firstly, they knew that the boundless world was omnipotent. Secondly, they could think about many things independently. At the very least, they could wash away the demons in their hearts once again. Infinity was the truth, and it guided people forward. However, some ambitious people had a miserable ending. Jiangli was comprehending the changes in the depths of the door of infinity, and he could clearly see the fortuitous encounters of all the fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he could deduce the flaws of all the fortuitous encounters, even if it was Zun Yinxing. However, after careful observation, he discovered that some people didn't reveal themselves, but their fortuitous encounters were actually stronger than Zun Yinxing's. However, in this operation, they didn't make a move. They were still in hiding, observing the changes, and they didn't make a move. It was as though they knew that Jiang Li could control the situation, and they were waiting for an opportunity to make a move. These people were the most terrifying ones. Jiang Li, the situation has stabilized this time. I didn't expect you to have such a divine ability. You defeated two beasts with such a small amount of power. After this reshuffle, the hearts of the people of the boundless world will probably rise to a higher level. Everyone will think one step further. What can I do for the world? I can't destroy the order. Dreamkite could sense the changes in the depths of the boundless river. Many wise people were reflecting on this tribulation. It was easy to imagine that the world would welcome new thoughts. After the apocalypse, there would definitely be great development. The situation might not be stable. Although many small fortuitous encounters were forced out this time, the true fortuitous encounters have yet to appear. Moreover, I've already deduced that there is still a hidden danger within the boundless world. There will definitely be a king of fortuitous encounters who will suddenly launch an attack. At that time, the true danger of the boundless world will come. If we can survive the tribulation of the king of fortuitous encounters, then we can truly be considered to have accomplished our mission, Zhongli said. King of fortuitous encounters. Hong Heiyu was puzzled. Could it be that Zun Yinxing isn't one? His luck is simply off the charts. The talisman beast and the exceptional beast actually perished together, allowing him to smoothly obtain the cultivation of tens of thousands of reincarnations. How are you going to deal with him now? It seems that although he has some ideas this time, he hasn't actually done anything. What does Zun Yinxing's tens of thousands of reincarnations count for? Everything is within my grasp. According to my calculations, the king of fortuitous encounters is thousands of times stronger than him. He might even be able to compete with me for the door of infinity. Even Jiang Nailin and Jiang Xinyue can't compare to him. Unfortunately, my current cultivation base isn't enough, and I can't calculate where exactly the king of fortuitous encounters is. However, I can be sure that he's in our boundless world. Zhongli was somewhat worried. Chapter 1022. King of fortuitous encounters? Is there really such a person? In my opinion, Zun Yinxing's luck is already heaven-defying. Logically speaking, we have been cultivating bitterly all the way here and haven't had any fortuitous encounters. If we had Zun Yinxing's luck, how strong would the limitless team be? Luo Feng sighed. Their current strength was actually only dozens of reincarnations. Compared to Nirvana and Destruction, they were even weaker than the two giants, Zhu and Yuan. In the past, they still had some ability and could suppress the situation, but now they were much weaker. This was because the era of fortuitous encounters had arrived. Think about it. Luni could casually have hundreds of reincarnations, while Zun Yinxing had tens of thousands of reincarnations. In terms of real strength, he could kill them with a flick of his finger. How could he still hold power? I have already comprehended the truth. What is strong isn't energy and strength, but something else. Something that could destroy all energy. This thing is a point, the point where a spark can ignite the ocean of fuel. Any form of energy, tangible or intangible existence will have a flaw. Zhongli said, as long as we find that tiny flaw, we can break the balance. With an extremely small amount of strength, we can destroy extremely powerful existences or even change those powerful existences. Actually, the truth that I have comprehended now is the infinite truth. Even if I have no strength now, if I return to the era of Earth, I can destroy Earth with my bare hands. Impossible. The members of the Limitless team were all shocked. We all came from Earth. How can a small figure destroy Earth with his bare hands? Watch. Zhongli suddenly waved his hand, and the Milky Way appeared in the void in front of him. There was also a huge starry sky. The entire universe was created in an instant. This was a three-dimensional universe. Right now, Zhongli indeed had the power to create a three-dimensional universe at any time. Everyone felt themselves shrink infinitely. Then, they entered the galaxy and stood in the depths of Earth. The living beings on Earth were still the same. It was in the era of countries. The population was flourishing, and people came and went. They didn't know if this was real or fake. But at this time, real or fake had no meaning to the establishment. I lost my power and became an ordinary person. Luo Feng stood on Earth and looked around. He circulated his body and realized that he had no strength at all. Everyone felt the same way, including Zhongli himself. He had purposely sealed his own power. Watch me destroy the Earth. With the power of a mortal, Zhongli kept walking on Earth. Then, he silently prayed and communicated. This seemed to affect the surrounding magnetic field. This was not his own power, but the butterfly effect. It was even more powerful than the butterfly effect. The universe was originally in a delicate balance, but Zhongli did not know what he was praying to communicate with, but destroyed the balance of the magnetic field. All of a sudden, the entire sun lit up. Meteors fell from the sky, and a huge change occurred in the magnetic field. With a rumble, the entire Earth was about to be smashed by the meteors. At the same time, a huge river emerged from the depths of the Earth crust and collapsed on all sides. Earth was destroyed just like that. You used the most subtle changes to cause the balance of the magnetic field, causing the Earth to collapse. Luo Feng returned to the infinite world and saw the changes just now. It was still fresh in his memory. That's right, this is the domino effect. As long as there is a small change, it can cause a chain reaction. Of course, if you want to completely grasp this small change, you need to have a deep understanding of the various laws and even the nature of power. Zhongli said, you also need to have a spirit that surpasses power. With the true meaning of seamless, you can enter the deepest crevice. With a light touch, the world will immediately disintegrate. This has nothing to do with power. It's the path of impracticality. Zhongli said, we can't grasp it. This requires too deep comprehension. Luo Feng, Hong Heiyu, Dreamkite, and the others shook their heads. This can't be helped. To comprehend this realm of using the weak to break the strong, using the weak to break the strong, using the weak to break the strong, it really requires a lot of comprehension. However, I will integrate my wisdom into the depths of the infinite river. You guys carefully feel my realm, and you will be able to completely achieve this. Compared to Jiang Nailan, or even Jiang Xinyue, Yuan Sure, there's even a greater threat. That can't be. Luo Feng was in disbelief. If that's the case, the biggest threat to us is still the chaos. If my guess is right, in the coming days, the chaos will eventually devour all the overlord-level existences, and we won't be able to escape. Moreover, we can be summoned back by it again because this karma line can't be cut. That's true. Zhongli nodded. You guys have to pay attention to the news of the king of fortuitous encounters. If there's a chance, I will return to the chaos, and the world here will be under your control. If my guess is right, you guys will also have a fortuitous encounter, but it's just not the right time yet. After you leave, how can we control the situation? Dream Kite frowned. Even if Zun Yinxing causes trouble, I won't be able to stop him. Zun Yinxing is ambitious. This time, he already had the intention to make a move, but he still didn't. It's hard to say next time, Luo Feng said. Right now, in the infinite world, he's probably the one with the strongest energy. I'm not afraid of him making a move, but I'm afraid of him holding back. Zhongli said, I will talk to him in detail. As for whether he agrees with my idea or not, that's up to him. That's good. Everything is within your calculations, so what else is there to say? Everyone nodded. After saying this, Zhongli disappeared. Obviously, he went to talk to Zun Yinxing. At the same time, Zun Yinxing still hadn't recovered his strength. His face was gloomy, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. He couldn't communicate with the talisman beasts. Boss, what do we do now? Zheng Rong said, we still can't recover our strength. Moreover, I've already connected to the network. The situation has stabilized. Lu and I has already started his public trial. Another fortuitous encounter person, Yuan Laikong, has also started his trial. He's going to be sent to hell to receive eternal torture, never to be reincarnated. Don't worry. According to the rules, we didn't do anything illegal. I underestimated the Lord of Infinity. He killed 2 show in 1 move. I don't know what to do now. Zun Yinxing said, it's a pity that there are too few fortuitous encounters this time. I can sense many powerful beings biding their time, waiting to see what happens next. The next storm will be even fiercer. Boss, what are your chances of winning against the Lord of Infinity? Towering asked. I have no chance. I'll definitely lose. I thought I would win 100%, but it seems I was wrong. The Lord of Infinity is the Lord of Infinity. Zun Yinxing said, it looks like we'll have to wait for stronger fortuitous encounters to challenge the Lord of Infinity. Then we'll see what happens. Are there stronger fortuitous encounters than you? I don't believe it. Towering couldn't believe it. That's normal. Zun Yinxing said, after this transformation, I've finally understood something. It's true that there's always someone better out there. I was too complacent. Now that I understand this, I'll improve even further and step into a whole new realm. That's true, Towering said. It's like fighting for supremacy. A momentary loss is nothing. As long as you don't die, you'll be able to laugh until the end. but I still don't believe that someone's fortuitous encounter is greater than yours. There are indeed fortuitous encounters that are 1,000 times stronger than Zun Yinxing, said a voice. The Lord of Infinity, Jiangli, Zun Yinxing said calmly. At this time, Jiangli appeared in front of him. Zun Yinxing stared at this person. This person's strength wasn't as strong as his, but he clearly understood the essence of strength. In front of this person's strength, even a 1,000-mile dam would be destroyed by a tiny ant nest. Zun Yinxing didn't doubt that as long as Jiangli willed it, his tens of thousands of cycles of reincarnation power would disappear. He'd end up just like Tu Shou. What kind of realm was this? Using powerlessness to break power? Everything else was fake. Only power was real. However, power seemed to be fake in front of this person. So what was the real change? Jiangli, what are you doing? Are you here to absorb my power? Zun Yinxing said, if you absorb my power, you can make the infinite world stronger. I'm sure you know my power like the back of your hand. That's why you came here with your true body. That's right. I know the power of your talisman beasts, but I'm not going to absorb it. This is your fortuitous encounter. I've already said that fortuitous encounters belong to you. Unless the order is broken, your power is sacred and inviolable. Jiangli said, Zun Yinxing, you are a well-known figure, an almighty among those who have had fortuitous encounters, but you still don't understand my realm. To me, strength and energy no longer have any meaning, so I won't spy on your power. You must have sensed that in the infinite world, there are as many fortuitous encounters as there are carps in a river. You're not bad, but compared to the true king of fortuitous encounters, you're countless times worse. I don't believe you, Zun Yinxing said coldly. I admit that there are fortuitous encounters stronger than me, but the difference is countless times. Is he a divine dragon and I'm an ant? I want to see for myself. You'll have a chance to see for yourself, Jiangli said, and I'm here to discuss with you. I hope you can contact other fortuitous encounters and form a fortuitous encounter alliance to maintain the order of the world. What do you think? So that's your goal, Zun Yinxing said. You want me to find the king of fortuitous encounters? You can't even find him with your current cultivation, can you? If you can't find him, then I can't either. Fate doesn't care about strength. Perhaps you have the fate to lure out the king of fortuitous encounters. I don't have the fate, so I won't be able to meet him at a specific time, Jiangli said. So, everyone has their own use. Chapter 10:23. Zun Yinxing knew that there was a huge gap between him and Jiangli, but he wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to hold all the adventures in his hands. I can't resist Jiangli's rule now, but sooner or later, I will lead the Zhuang team and replace the Limitless team's position and walk to the peak of glory. The setback now is just a small mistake on the road of my life, and it suits my heart. If I replace the Limitless team's position so quickly, then I will feel that life is meaningless, Zun Yinxing thought. Thinking this way, he felt more balanced. As for Jiangli's request for him to establish the Miracle Encounter Alliance, he naturally agreed. This way, he could come into contact with more people. He also wanted to know who the king of Miracle Encounter was. Jiangli had calculated that he and the king of Miracle Encounter were fated, so he wanted to see what kind of fate it was. If I was the king of Miracle Encounter, I would definitely accept you as a follower, Jiangli said. So when you form the alliance, you will definitely encounter all kinds of situations. With your fate, you can force him out. Accept me as a follower? Zun Yinxing felt insulted. I will not be anyone's follower, including you, Jiangli. Although you are the Lord of Infinity, the Zhuang team will still be your competitor. My philosophy is different. I will not accept anyone as my follower, and I also hope to have a competitor. The Limitless team will definitely retreat from the stage of history in the future, and each generation will have its own talents. Jiangli was very calm. However, if the Limitless team wants to give up their ruling rights, it will still depend on the hearts of the people in the Limitless world. If the hearts of the people can really settle down, everyone will gain great wisdom, and this incident would not have happened. Then it would not be a big deal for us to retreat, and we would instead be free. Unfortunately, I have tried my best to make the people of the world feel at peace, but it is all for naught. There's no point in talking about this. I'm going to get in touch with the fortuitous encounters. I want to see what kind of king of fortuitous encounters can accept me as a follower. Zun Yinxing continued to sneer. If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to you. With this power, it'll be the most convenient for you to handle this matter. I'm also giving you a chance to train. In the process of organizing this alliance, you can also recruit other fortuitous encounters to be your underlings and strengthen your power. I hope that one day, your Zhuang team can compete with the Limitless team and be on par with them. As Zhongli spoke, his body disappeared. Zun Yinxing would definitely take the bait that he had set up. This child has great ambitions and is not someone who will stay in a small pond. But to Zhongli, that was all there was to him. It was nothing more than fighting for hegemony over the world. It was completely incomparable to his breadth of mind. Therefore, no matter how strong Jiang Li's strength was, he would be able to control it and would not be able to escape his grasp. As for the hidden king of fortuitous encounters, he did not know what he was doing and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Although he had not appeared yet, he was a hidden danger in his heart. What was the most terrifying enemy? It was an enemy that could not be seen, an enemy that did not appear. Just as Jiangli left, a huge change in power descended on Zun Yinxing's body. He had regained his strength once again. It was equivalent to the power of tens of thousands of reincarnations in his body. Now, the power of the entire limitless world was more than 10,000 reincarnations. His power alone was twice the power of the entire world. Logically speaking, he could completely control the limitless world. But now, he did not dare to act rashly. Zhongli could seal his power at any time and had a clear understanding of him. He even felt that he had no confidence in facing Zhongli. In fact, with just a word from Zhongli, he could bring him back from the dead and from the dead. His opponent had completely surpassed the transformation of power and stepped into a realm that even he could not understand. I can't accept this. Zun Yinxing roared inwardly. I've come across some incredible good fortune, and yet I'm still being suppressed. Just you wait. I'll surpass you sooner or later, Zhongli, Lord of the Limitless World. Even if you're truly limitless, I'll definitely surpass you. What's wrong, boss? Asked Towering. He hadn't had a chance to speak just now, but now that Zhongli had left, he snapped back to his senses. I've already regained my strength. Are we really going to obey the orders of the Lord of the Limitless World? The way I see it, you should be able to set up your own organization. We've already taken control of the Talisman Beast Layers and the Special Beast Layers. The power and space within them have already been combined, and we can create worlds that are even richer than the Limitless World. All we have to do is work hard, and in a few years, we'll surpass the Limitless World. In fact, we might even be able to devour the entire world. No, Zun Yinxing shook his head. You're dreaming. The Limitless World isn't strong, but it's fundamentally transcendent. Of all the other hegemons, the Limitless World is indisputably the strongest. I have the memories of the Talisman Beast, and it is said that whoever can pass through the limitless door will reach an inconceivable level. Invincible, limitless, selfless, heavenless. That level isn't eternal, nor is it eternal. It's a level that transcends all of that. It's indescribable. Are we really going to seize the limitless world? Towering said. Why do we have to sit here and watch people's expressions? You don't understand, Zun Yinxing said. The limitless world only has a bit of power, but if we try to stand on our own, we'll be committing a crime of betrayal. Considering how strong the Lord of the Limitless World is, it doesn't matter how many tricks I have up my sleeves, I'll still die. Luni, Yuan Laikong, and the other troublemakers will end up just like us. Zun Yinxing was much calmer now. I don't believe that Zhongli is that strong. Towering said indignantly. He is. Look at how he killed the totem beast. Did he waste any energy at all? Zun Yinxing said, our talisman beasts and totem beasts are at most a bit stronger than the totem beast, but there's still no difference between them. That's why we're no match for Zhongli. If I stay in the limitless world, I can still do a lot of things. For example, this time, Zhongli asked me to organize the Fortuitous Encounters Alliance. I can take advantage of the opportunity to plunder the fortuitous encounters of the others to strengthen myself. My fortuitous encounters have come to an end with the talisman beasts and totem beasts. From now on, there will be no more fortuitous encounters. If I want to improve, I have to rely on myself. That's right. Those fortuitous encounters belong to Boss. Boss can definitely plunder all their fortuitous encounters with his own methods. Boss has the confidence now. With the power of tens of thousands of samsara cycles, he's practically invincible, Towering said. I can't say that I'm invincible. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this world. We can't let our guard down. From now on, we have to come into contact with all the fortuitous encounters and squeeze all the fortuitous encounters from them. Do you understand? Zun Yinxing's tone became stern. In addition, we have to keep a low profile. Don't be arrogant. I feel that our every move is being monitored by Jiangli. Got it, boss. I'll do well. With this team, we'll surpass the limitless team sooner or later. There's no doubt about it. Towering was full of confidence. Just then a gloomy voice rang out. Zun Yinxing, your Zhuang team is really too arrogant. The gloomy voice reverberated in the ears of Zun Yinxing and the others. You actually want to listen to the words of limitless Lord Jiangli? You want to establish some fortuitous encounters alliance, and even want to devour the fortuitous encounters of the fortuitous encounters. What wishful thinking. With your cultivation, Zun Yinxing, you're still far from it. Who is it? Zun Yinxing was shocked. He sent out a powerful psychic wave, searching the endless space. However, he couldn't find the source of the voice. There's no need to look. I'm right in front of you. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of Zun Yinxing. Playing tricks? You're courting death. Towering punched out, using his ultimate move. Astral winds condensed into a miniature black hole, about to mince the man into pieces. However, the black-robed man waved his hand. Bang! Towering was sent flying. There was no way he was a match for the black-robed man. How is this possible? Towering had a fortuitous encounter and was now an expert above the reincarnation level. Now that he'd recovered his strength, he could fight even if he ran into someone stronger. There was no way he could be squashed like a chicken. Zun Yinxing's face fell. He spread his fingers and silently slapped forward, using the ancestral talisman palm he'd created himself. He was confident that this move could rival the infinite divine fist. The black-robed man snorted and slapped back. It was a move from the infinite divine fist, the infinite Vajra. When the two palms collided, the black-clothed man swayed a bit, while Zun Yinxing's energy exploded. From this, it could be seen that the black-clothed man's strength was above Zun Yinxing's. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Are you the king of fortuitous encounters? Zun Yinxing was shocked, and his lofty aspirations were whittled away once again. Only now did he realize that there really were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the boundless world. There was always someone better than you out there, and he suppressed his own ambitions. I'm not qualified to be the king of fortuitous encounters. I'm just like you, a fortuitous encounter. However, my fortuitous encounter is stronger than yours. And this time, I managed to escape from the infinite Lord Jiang Li's spying. You're too outstanding, and you even met with that stupid loony. You should know that the infinite Lord is probably the reincarnation of infinity. How could you escape his spying? The black-robed man said, Zun Yinxing, you're still too shallow. You don't want to be the king of fortuitous encounters, little brother. I don't think the king of fortuitous encounters likes you at all. Even I had to do a series of secret schemes before I was barely accepted as a little brother. Where is the king of fortuitous encounters? Zun Yinxing realized that the man in front of him belonged to the king of fortuitous encounters. If he admitted that he was a little brother, then how strong was the king of fortuitous encounters? He could tell from the black-robed man's words that he had a fanatical admiration for the king of fortuitous encounters. Do you want to see my king? The black-robed man laughed again. It's not impossible, but my king isn't in the infinite world right now. He's in the primal chaos. He wants to seize the will of the primal chaos, so you can't see him now. My king has ordered me to come in contact with you and kill the infinite Lord Jiangli. Chapter 10:24. The mysterious black-clothed man turned out to be the little brother of the king of fortuitous encounters, and this little brother's strength was above Zun Yinxing's. This made Zun Yinxing feel a sense of defeat. In the past, although he was cautious, deep in his heart, he still thought that he was invincible and that the heroes of the world were nothing. Unfortunately, the series of events that had happened over the past few days had given him a heavy blow, and he finally woke up from his dream. He didn't want to be the little brother of the king of fortuitous encounters, but he didn't know that the king of fortuitous encounters looked down on him and didn't want to take him as a little brother. This contrast made him want to vomit blood. Moreover, he couldn't refute it because the black-clothed man in front of him was indeed stronger than him. However, an intense hatred rose from the depths of his heart. He hated the king of fortuitous encounters. As for Jiangli, he didn't hate him. He was ambitious, jealous, and vowed to surpass him because Jiangli had never said anything about taking him as a little brother. However, the king of fortuitous encounters had sent a subordinate to suppress him. In fact, he had another purpose, and that was to make him his little brother. Deep in his heart, he knew that the black-clothed man had come to suppress his arrogance and make him obedient. In comparison, the king of fortuitous encounters has used the methods of an ambitious person. Compared to Jiangli, he's a little worse. Jiangli's method is to win people over with virtue, which is the way of a sage. In a game between an ambitious person and a sage, the ambitious person may win for a while, but a sage can win for thousands of generations or even tens of thousands of generations. Suddenly, this thought appeared in Zun Yinxing's heart. In comparison, the king of fortuitous encounters hid his head and showed his tail and didn't have the air of a king. On the other hand, Jiangli was open-minded and majestic. The difference between the two was obvious. Zun Yinxing, what are you thinking about? Are you going to report to Jiangli that you found news about the king of fortuitous encounters? The black-clothed man naturally did not know what Zun Yinxing was thinking. Although he was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than Zun Yinxing. If the two of them were to fight to the death, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. If he could know what Zun Yinxing was thinking, he would be Jiangli, or the king of adventure seekers. The black-clothed man was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. After being subdued, he became someone else's lackey. Should I report to Jiangli? Zun Yinxing's heart was bleeding, and he could feel his dignity gradually being destroyed. But he knew what he had to do now. That Jiangli's not a good person, either. One day, I will replace him. As for that king of adventure that you have, he hides his head but shows his tail. It seems that he is even more unreliable than Jiangli. Sooner or later, you will understand that my king is more than 1,000,000 times stronger than Jiangli. The man in black sneered. If he is so strong, why doesn't he come out to kill Jiangli and take Infinite World? Why is he plotting in secret, hiding his head and showing his tail? This is not the work of a powerful person. Zun Yinxing was trying to probe the situation. What do you know? The man in black said. Zun Yinxing, you are too arrogant. That brat Jiangli isn't so easy to deal with. He's the greatest demon king. Our king hasn't killed him yet because he's waiting for an opportunity. He's waiting for the moment when he accepts infinity. At that time, he'll be at his strongest, but also at his weakest. At that time, we can kill him and seize his infinity. Is he really reincarnating Infinite World? Zun Yinxing said. It is possible, but not certain. If he is reincarnating Infinite World, that is not so scary. I am afraid that he is not reincarnating Infinite World, but stealing Infinite World. That is the true arrival of destruction. The fate of all things is in his hands. The man in black said, Infinite World is strong, and it is the #1 existence in heaven and earth. But he did not surpass himself, and so he was destroyed. Now, all that is left is the empty shell of the infinite door. So, if Jiangli is reincarnated Infinite World, then the most he can do is restore Infinite World. If he can be destroyed once, then he can be destroyed a second time. If he is not Infinite World, then there is an unimaginable variable. So you're saying that you are not his match? Zun Yinxing thought to himself, If I use a trick like asking a tiger for its skin and let the king of fortuitous encounters and Zhongli fight to the death, I will be the fisherman who benefits from it. That will be a lot of benefits. But whether it is Zhongli or the king of fortuitous encounters, their cultivation bases are very high. I am afraid I am not their match. If I take such a dangerous move, it will be very dangerous. Zhongli is a bit better. As long as I do not violate the rules, I will be absolutely safe. I can control my own limits. But the king of fortuitous encounters is gloomy and mysterious. He does not act like a king. He does not care about the rules, and he does not care about the rules. It is very dangerous for me to work with him. But the more dangerous it is, the more I can train my will. On the other hand, Zhongli's rules completely restrict me, preventing me from developing. Then why did you come to find me today? Zun Yinxing said, since I am not qualified to be the little brother of the king of fortuitous encounters, could it be that you are here to seize my fortuitous encounter? No, your fortuitous encounter is the talisman beast and the special beast. To others, it is a top-notch fortuitous encounter, but to us, it is a small matter. If the king of fortuitous encounters is so short-sighted, he will not be able to do many big things, and he will not be able to contend with Zhongli. Did you see that? Zhongli does not care about your fortuitous encounter. If he makes a move, he can take away your fortuitous encounter at any time. I am sure you know this very well, said the mysterious man in black. I know, but I also have a trump card. It won't be easy to defeat him. Tell me what you think, said Zun Yinxing. Nothing much. It's nothing much. I just want to fight against the infinity with you and overthrow Zhongli's rule. Zhongli's strength lies in this one point. He wants to establish the ideals of independence, freedom, great wisdom, and unity. This is where his core lies, and also his principles. If we destroy his principles, then his cultivation base will decline and he will lose his ideals. At our current realm, energy isn't important. What's important is what he wants to do, his core will. What's your core will? I'm afraid you don't even understand it yourself. The mysterious man in black was trying to attack Zun Yinxing. I will help you deal with the Lord of Infinity, Zhongli, but only if it benefits me. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Zun Yinxing said, actually, the Lord of Infinity, Zhongli, isn't too bad. He pays attention to rules and order, and those who follow him will benefit greatly. If you keep threatening me like this, I'll sell you out. You might be strong, but you're only slightly stronger than me. If we fight, I'll kill you. You're breaking the rules, and I can use them to suppress you. Do you believe me? In the blink of an eye, Zun Yinxing's confidence had returned. The black-robed man's face fell. He knew that Zun Yinxing wasn't going to be easy to deal with. After a moment's thought, he said, benefits? Of course. We can give you a primal chaos fetus fruit, which is the quintessence of primal chaos. It was created when our king stole the power of primal chaos. As he spoke, he pulled out a fruit, which was made up of pure primal chaos energy. It looked like a bottle gourd, and within the depths of the fruit could be seen a host of dragons and serpents. It didn't contain power, but rather the will of primal chaos. It contained self-creation, self-destruction, self-reincarnation, self-repair, self-transformation, and self-evolution. Good stuff, Zun Yinxing said, waving his hand and snatching the fruit from the black-robed man's hand. The black-robed man didn't seem to resist and allowed Zun Yinxing to do as he pleased. What do you want me to do? Asked the black-robed man. Zun Yinxing didn't immediately consume the fruit. He wanted to study it carefully because he knew that the king of the fortuitous encounters was treacherous and cunning. He wouldn't give him such benefits so easily. Simple. You'll form an alliance of fortuitous encounters. Do whatever Zhongli tells you to do. The black-robed man said, our king also wants to gather all the fortuitous encounters together. Not only the fortuitous encounters of the infinite worlds, but also the fortuitous encounters of the primal chaos, and even the fortuitous encounters of the behemoths. Why do you want to gather the fortuitous encounters? Asked Zun Yinxing. It's simple. Sacrifice. The black-clothed man sinisterly said, moreover, it won't be in our name. It will be in Zhongli's name. Simply put, you will use Jiang Li's name to form the fortuitous encountered alliance. Then, you will unknowingly use Jiang Li's name to sell these people and sacrifice them. At that time, they won't hate us. They will instead hate Jiang Li. They will think that Jiang Li is using them as a sacrifice. Like this, all of their resentment will gather on Jiang Li and our scheme will succeed. Think about it. After this matter, all of the fortuitous encounters will believe Jiang Li. If they find out that they were betrayed by Jiang Li, how much resentment would they feel? That's right. Zun Yinxing's eyes brightened. Then, he was deeply afraid of the king of fortuitous encounters. This idea was extremely bad. The fortuitous encounters had already begun to trust Jiang Li. If he used Jiang Li's name to gather them, and then plotted against them and sacrificed all of them, how much resentment would those fortuitous encounters have? Zun Yinxing knew that every fortuitous encounter had great luck on them. If they died unjustly, the resentment would be enough to drag people into a bottomless abyss. If all the fortuitous encounters hated Jiang Li, not only would their Tao hearts disintegrate, but Jiang Li would also be haunted by evil. This was the best opportunity. This king of fortuitous encounters is sinister and ruthless. It's possible that if I help him, he'll sacrifice me in the end. Zun Yinxing knew that he was just one of the sacrifices. However, this was something he could do. In an instant, he thought of hundreds of ways to make the king of fortuitous encounters and Jiang Li perish together. This was a peerless conspiracy. Chapter 10:25. If that's the case, then our plan is set. For you, this is a great benefit. When Infinite Lord Jiang Li falls, you will be able to obtain his true essence of infinity. The king of fortuitous encounters doesn't need anything from the Infinite Lord. He needs to defeat the Infinite Lord. As long as he defeats this seemingly impossible opponent, the king of fortuitous encounters cultivation will completely transform. In fact, at their level, energy is no longer important. The importance of devouring each other's energy is negligible. However, we have yet to understand this truth, so we are still at the stage of plundering energy. The mysterious man in black continued. He seemed to see that Zun Yinxing wouldn't listen to the king of fortuitous encounters, so he warned him. Of course, he wasn't afraid that Zun Yinxing wouldn't listen to him. For him, who knew how many methods he had to scheme against Zun Yinxing was also scheming against the mysterious man in black and the king of fortuitous encounters behind him. The two of them were scheming against each other. I know this. It's not bad that I can obtain infinity. Zun Yinxing didn't believe the mysterious man in black at all, but he still pretended to be polite. Don't worry, I will do everything. However, the fortuitous encounters of the infinite world aren't ordinary people. I'm afraid I can't gather them all and form an alliance. I will need your help for this. You are gathering them in the name of Jiang Li, so it will be much more convenient. Of course, the fortuitous encounters are all rebellious, so we will secretly help you. This will also increase your strength. I am now one of the representatives of the king of fortuitous encounters. I will appear by your side at any time to convey news of the king of fortuitous encounters. As he spoke, the man in black swayed and disappeared. Boss, this man in black is really arrogant. He doesn't have good intentions. If we cooperate with him, we might fall into a trap. This person isn't as open and above board as Jiang Li's infinite team. Towering could also see that. It doesn't matter. It's best if it's not open and above board. The world has always been divided into yin and yang, with two opposing poles. Light may not be able to defeat darkness. Sometimes, the cycle of heaven and earth will instead be shrouded in darkness, and light will be suppressed to the lowest point. Zun Yinxing said, I don't favor the king of fortuitous encounters, and I don't favor Jiang Li either. I'll let them fight and obtain great opportunities. That's true, Towering said. However, we are asking a tiger for its skin. We must be extremely careful, otherwise we will fall into a deep predicament. All right, boss. Do you think that Jiang Li will immediately know that we have met with this mysterious black-clothed man? Probably not. Zun Yinxing said, I think the king of fortuitous encounters must have a way to deceive the Lord of Infinity. Otherwise, how could he deliberately reveal clues in front of us? And the Lord of Infinity, Jiangli, doesn't seem to be able to detect where the king of fortuitous encounters is. If he knew, he wouldn't have used me as bait to lure him out. Now, it seems that the king of fortuitous encounters is very cautious. He sent his subordinates. From this, it can be seen that his strength is not enough to deal with Jiangli. Boss, what realm do you think Jiangli's strength is? Towering asked. I don't know. It's unfathomable. Anyway, I can't compete with him right now. Zun Yinxing helplessly said these words. In reality, he really didn't want to admit this, but the repeated setbacks had caused him to completely wake up. He knew that with just the little bit of luck he had, it was impossible for him to contend against Jiangli. Right now, the only thing he could do was borrow the power of his faction and do something that shook the heavens and the earth. Now, do your best to withdraw. Don't show off. We'll keep our tails between our legs and quietly cultivate. Since Jiangli is too arrogant to do anything to us, we can start operating the rune beasts and the beast slayers. We have the advantage. Zun Yinxing began a series of plans to increase his strength. I can also continue to cultivate and devour the powerful beings in the void. Yes, sir. Towering knew that things weren't looking good. He had to do all sorts of things to regain his advantage. Immediately, the entire Zhuang team moved. Zun Yinxing's body moved and disappeared. He seemed to have gone to search for fortuitous encounters. In the infinite world, there were 129,600 continents. Each continent was vast and had a beehive-like space. Who knew how many creatures there were? After the catastrophe and the two beasts' attack, all the energy had merged into the world's origin. This way, there were many changes. There were even many ruins that no one had explored. Countless fortuitous encounters were hidden among the masses. It was very difficult to find them. However, Zun Yinxing had obtained a lot of information. Half of the information was given to him by the mysterious black-clothed man, and the other half was from Jiangli. Jiangli had told him to look for fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he had a goal. He didn't have to run around like a headless fly. Deep in the infinite world's core, Jiangli sat with his eyes closed. The core team was still surrounding him, watching as he performed all kinds of human emotions and changes. Jiangli, can Zun Yinxing lure out the king of fortuitous encounters? At this time, Dreamkite was observing a crystal ball. It showed Zun Yinxing's whereabouts. She found that he was cultivating and didn't do anything. There were no signs of contact with others. He was very obedient. Zun Yinxing doesn't look like an honest person. How can he be so obedient? She was slightly surprised. The Zun Yinxing you see is actually an illusion. Someone has used a supreme change to distort time and space. Even his mind and soul are distorted. It's an illusion that has reached the pinnacle. The real Zun Yinxing isn't like this. Good, very good. My plan has finally worked. I've lured out the king of fortuitous encounters. Although I didn't see his true face, I have all the clues about this person, Jiangli said. As he spoke, he blew out a breath of air. Suddenly, many shadows appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. The shadows gathered together with great difficulty and saw Zun Yinxing talking to a black-robed man. But as for what they were talking about, the crystal ball couldn't show it. It was obvious that someone had used a supreme power to hide many things. How did this man in black come here? Luo Feng said. All the surveillance, and even the changes of the way of heaven, can't track him. It's like he's never appeared. It's a dream within a dream. That's right. This is a dream within a dream. There are endless changes. From this, it can be seen that the methods of the king of fortuitous encounters are almost on par with mine. But he still has a deep fear of me, because I established order for all living beings. After the baptism of the diagram beast, the hearts of all living beings have improved. My comprehension has also become more profound. So, if he wants to deal with me, he has to destroy the hearts of the people. If my guess is correct, to destroy the hearts of the people, the first thing to do is to make those fortuitous encounters hate me. That's because fortuitous encounters are the elites of all living beings. Jiang Li pointed and locked onto the man in black. The man in black's body was filled with an aura of nothingness. It was as if he didn't exist at all. It was just a figment of people's imagination, but Jiang Li was still able to lock onto him. The black-robed man didn't seem to be under surveillance at all. He kept transforming, and after chatting with Zun Yinxing, he began to wander through the various continents of the infinite worlds. He was completely undetected by the will of space. Originally, the entire limitless world could see through even the smallest of details. Any changes, even the minute world contained within the depths of the dust, could be seen through without exception. Unfortunately, it was still unable to discover the black-clothed man. Instead, it was Jiang Li who used endless methods and variations to strike out an unfathomable mystery. With the support of a single breath of true energy, he discovered the miracle of a dream within a dream. What is the black-robed man doing? Everyone could see that every time the black-clothed man traversed a continent, he would leave a black stream of air beneath the ground. The black stream of air couldn't be detected by the space will, but it could be detected by Jiang Li. Even the mysterious king of fortuitous encounters couldn't figure out Jiang Li's current cultivation. He didn't know what kind of changes had occurred. The black-robed man is setting up an invisible altar. He's planning to use it in one fell swoop to turn the infinite worlds into his sacrificial offering. That's not his doing, but the doing of the king of serendipity. Only the mysterious king of serendipity could evade the surveillance of the infinite worlds. But he can't evade my eyes and ears. Of course, it's also because he went to contact Zun Yinxing. That's how I managed to track him down, based on his fate with Zun Yinxing. In the end, I won. At this moment, it's not the time to compete in power, but to see who can use their fate better. I used Zun Yinxing to do something big for the Alliance of Serendipity. It was a good move, and I managed to find out who the king of serendipity is. Jiang Li sighed. Fate changes, and they affect each other. That's how it is. Indeed, if Jiang Li hadn't come looking for Zun Yinxing because of the black-robed man, he wouldn't have been able to find the king of serendipity. The king of serendipity's level of cultivation was comparable to his, and he was an absolute overlord. If he wanted to hide, there was no way to find him. However, when he sent people to look for Zun Yinxing, he went from being invisible to being visible, leaving traces. It was normal for Jiang Li to find his fate. With Jiang Li's level of cultivation, he didn't look at the surface. No matter how well he hid, no matter how many traces he could erase, fate was the truest portrayal. People could erase everything, but it was impossible to erase fate. Damn this black-robed man. He set up an altar and wants to sacrifice the entire infinite world. Go out immediately, capture him, and sacrifice him to the infinite world. Pay him back in his own coin. Hong Heiyu was about to take action. There's no rush. This is also part of my plan. This is a clue in fate. The black-robed man set up an altar, invisible and formless. He thought I couldn't detect it, but he fell in my trap. Based on this fate, I can get a clearer picture of the king of serendipity's whereabouts, as well as his specific power and even his background. Now that I know this person is inside the primal chaos, I have to go and meet him, Jiang Li said. Chapter 1026. The king of fortuitous encounters was not in the infinite world, but had returned to the interior of the chaos. However, many of his subordinates were still operating in the infinite world. These were things that Jiang Li would not have been able to grasp. Fortunately, his schemes were unparalleled. With Zun Yinxing as bait, he would be able to find those black-robed men one by one. When the time came, he would suddenly strike and capture them all in one fell swoop. Those black-robed men were all unfathomable supreme experts. Their strength even surpassed that of Zun Yinxing. In other words, they had the strength of at least tens of thousands of reincarnations. If he could kill them all and integrate them into the infinite world's source, to what extent would the infinite world expand? This was also Jiang Li's plan. The king of fortuitous encounters wanted to sacrifice all the fortuitous encounters in the infinite world, and then deceive these fortuitous encounters that it was Jiang Li who sacrificed them. And Jiang Li was the same. He He would definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. When the time came, it would depend on the outcome of the game. This was a battle on a cliff. Whoever lost would be consigned to eternal damnation. The king of fortuitous encounters was Jiang Li's greatest enemy, even more than the chaos. This was because everything about the chaos was in Jiang Li's grasp. He had even absorbed the wisdom of the chaos. But as for the king of fortuitous encounters, he had no idea what kind of existence he was, what type he was, whether he was human or some kind of strange existence and overlord. He had to go to the chaos to find out. Moreover, he had to meet his old friends, Jiang Xinyue, Jiang Nailin, the 3D universe's heaven's will, Yuan Shi, Dao, and the others. These people had tried to harm him at the last moment, and now he had to pay them back one by one. The heavenly Tao changed, and the sun and moon changed. Jiang Li clasped his hands together, and his body disappeared. The next moment, he entered the depths of the chaos. It was that simple. Now, his own strength was still at a few thousand reincarnations. To the chaos, it was simply very weak. Moreover, he was born from the chaos and could also find the coordinates. If his strength exceeded tens of thousands of reincarnations, he would probably be detected by the chaos. For example, energy as large as the rainbow eyeball and the gray eyeball would basically be repelled before they even came into contact with the chaos. That was why it was said that being weak had its benefits. He descended into the chaos. At this moment, the interior of the primal chaos had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was very different from before. In the past, there were tens of thousands of races in great numbers, but now they were integrated. Jiang Li's cultivation base was much higher than when he left the chaos that day. He could observe the billions of changes in time and space inside the chaos vividly. Moreover, it wouldn't cause the chaos to be alarmed. He swept his gaze around and saw several great phenomena rising. Among them, there was a giant country whose fate looked like a full moon in the sky, shining brightly. It was obviously Jiang Xinyue's empire. Next to the Jiang Xinyue empire was an empire that looked like a black and white Taiji diagram. That was Yuan Shi's empire. Jiang Xinyue has established her own sect? Jiang Li asked. Then, he looked in another direction and saw two empires. One was Dao's empire, and the other was Jiang Nailin's empire. Jiang Nailin had also broken free from the shackles of Dao, established her own sect, and established a huge empire. However, these four empires weren't the largest. Within the chaos, the largest was the Shrine of Annihilation. It was also the manifestation of the will of the chaos itself. The number of emissaries of annihilation gradually increased. This was the child of chaos. Soon, he would appear out of nowhere. After all, it was a direct manifestation of the will of the chaos. Simply put, the entire chaos was driven by five forces. In the center was the Shrine of Annihilation. In the east was the Nailin Empire. In the west was the Heart Moon Empire. In the south was the Primeval Empire. And in the north was the Dao Empire. The five empires intertwined and changed with each other. It was as if the five emperors of the heavenly court ruled over the world of immortals. Jiang Li was very satisfied with this situation. Of course, apart from the five empires, there were a few scattered aboriginals outside, but they were nothing to worry about. They could be crushed into powder at any time. In the center was the Shrine of Annihilation. It was at loggerheads with the four empires, because its very nature was to destroy the world. The four empires also schemed against each other, and had to guard against the invasion of the emissaries of annihilation. This led to many strategies of cooperation. Jiang Li looked into the chaos. Endless conspiracies rose and fought with each other. Heart Moon Empire. Let me see what level Jiang Xinyue has reached. Jiang Li waved his hand, and suddenly, a picture appeared in front of him. It was a picture of the Heart Moon Empire. The most honorable empress of the empire, Jiang Xinyue, was sitting upright. She seemed to be cultivating some kind of divine technique. A rainbow-colored light appeared on her body. Moreover, this seven-colored light seemed to be listening to her words, listening to her command. This meant that she had already begun to absorb the power of the rainbow eyeball. She had also broken free from the hegemon's control and was truly starting to establish her own empire. Her empire was as beautiful as a painting. Mountains and rivers were beautiful, and there was spiritual energy everywhere. Jiang Li and her were fated, so he could accurately grasp the woman's movements. However, at this moment, a young man sat in front of her. He seemed to be talking to her. This young man wore a mask, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, his temperament was extraordinary, and he seemed to be doted on by everyone. It was as if all the fortuitous encounters loved him. It was almost certain. This person was the incarnation of the king of fortuitous encounters. Of course, he was just an incarnation. The king of fortuitous encounters could not be that simple. Of course, he had millions of incarnations, and no one knew where his true body was. However, the king of fortuitous encounters had also begun to plot. From Jiang Xinyue, he found traces of himself, and from there grasped his weakness. This was correct. This move was also very vicious. Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Li were fated to be entangled. They had long been entangled in the cultivation world, and now it was difficult to separate them. Even though he had left the chaos world, there was still some fate within it. It was not something that could be broken easily. Of course, whether it was a good fate or a bad fate, it was not clear. Jiang Li sat cross-legged and grasped Jiang Xinyue's fate. He wanted to see what the clone of the king of fortuitous encounters wanted to do. He wanted to visit Jiang Xinyue and see what tricks and schemes he had up his sleeves. His fingers moved repeatedly. In the depths of the void, a faintly discernible line of fate appeared in the depths of his memory. Only he could grasp it. That line seemed to be a conduction cable, allowing him to feel everything on the other end. If the person on the other end wanted to feel him, they would see an infinite void and an infinite door. This was because his fate was entrusted to the depths of the infinity door. No one could see the depths of the infinity door clearly. Even the will of the chaos world could not see clearly what was in the depths of the infinity door. Ever since he entered the infinity door, he had integrated all his previous wisdom and brewed a kind of inexplicable, inconceivable thing. That was why he could directly defeat the totem beast. His cultivation was absolutely terrifying. It was also his biggest reliance in entering the chaos world. He was not afraid of the chaos worlds while killing him. Even if he encountered the 7 colored eyeballs and the gray eyeballs, he could easily escape. He activated the art of fate. At this time, the scene of the conversation between the king of fortuitous encounters and Jiang Xinyue appeared in the depths of his mind. In the depths of the Heart Moon Empire. "Sir, who are you? Why did you suddenly come looking for Xinyue?" Jiang Xinyue was also very puzzled. She was cultivating when a young man wearing a mask suddenly appeared in front of her. He was very elegant, with a kind of ancient charm that had been precipitated by the vicissitudes of time. Almost in an instant, he attracted her attention. "I am here to join forces with you. The current chaos world is divided into 5 parts, but it will not last for long. I know your heart's long-cherished wish, which is to kill Jiang Li and let him die in front of you. For this long-cherished wish, you can sacrifice everything, and I can help you achieve this long-cherished wish." The masked young man's tone was elegant, and his voice was magnetic. He spoke slowly, giving people a kind of mysterious power. "Who are you?" Jiang Xinyue stood up. She started to be cautious. "I come from the infinite world," the masked young man said. "Recently, the infinite world left the chaos world and developed a lot. It is very likely that Jiang Li obtained the infinity door and comprehended the highest true essence of battle from it. The 10,000 samsara beasts invaded the infinite world, but they were defeated by him with a finger." As he spoke, the situation of the infinite world's turmoil appeared vividly in her mind. Then, Jiang Li turned the tide, and in the end, carried out a great purge and sentenced those who took advantage of the chaos to plunder, one by one, and sent them to hell. Jiang Xinyue watched very carefully. The more she watched, the more solemn her expression became. I did not expect Jiang Li to grow to such a stage. It is extremely terrifying. Are you someone who obtained a fortuitous encounter from the infinite world? I am a fortuitous encounter among fortuitous encounters. All the fortuitous encounters are under my control. Whoever I say obtains a fortuitous encounter, that person can obtain a fortuitous encounter. The masked young man said, "Therefore, Zhongli cannot do anything to me. However, he is a reincarnation of the infinite world, and I am a little wary of him. Of course, I can still kill him, but there is no meaning in killing him now. Because if he lives, I can force out the last of the infinite world's potential. When he truly awakens the infinite world, I will kill him. Since you can kill him, why are you looking for me? Isn't working with you asking a tiger for its skin?" Jiang Xinyue was naturally not a fool, and she would not trust anyone. "You are the one who has the deepest connection with him. After I kill him, a large amount of power will flow into your body, so I have to find you. If we work together, it will be easier to kill him." The masked young man said, "It is still very difficult to kill him. If there are only the two of us in the world, he will lose without a doubt. But now, there is the chaos world, the mysterious eternal world, and many fortuitous encounters. I am afraid that when the two of us fight, others will benefit. Therefore, I have to pay the smallest price to kill him." Chapter 10:27. The masked youth, the king of fortuitous encounters, and Jiang Xinyue were discussing with each other. Of course, their only goal was to figure out how to deal with Jiang Li. They both saw Jiang Li as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh. They had to get rid of him quickly. Unfortunately, these discussions had already reached Jiang Li's ears. However, Jiang Li did not think that he had obtained any information. The king of fortuitous encounters was unfathomable. How could he not know if it was a trap within a trap? Therefore, he had to be careful and advance step by step. He would not be greedy and advance rashly. He had to find out all the details and strength of the king of fortuitous encounters. Once he had absolute confidence, he would kill him in one strike and not give him a chance to turn things around. At this time, the masked youth was still talking with Jiang Xinyue. "What plan do you have to deal with Jiang Li? What do I need to do?" Jiang Xinyue asked the masked youth. She was not a fool. She was one of the best. Naturally, she would not be moved by a few words from the masked youth. Moreover, she had her own ulterior motives and would not trust anyone. "My current plan is very simple. I will gather all the fortuitous encounters and disintegrate the hearts of the people in the infinite world. The reason why Jiang Li is so powerful is that he has gathered the strength of all living beings. When gathered together, the hearts of the people are united, making them invincible. As long as the hearts of the people in the infinite world are disintegrated, he will lose the confidence to survive. Secondly, there will be cracks in his Taoist heart. As for what you need to do, it is very simple. Help me gather the fortuitous encounters in the chaos and unite them. I have a big plan, which is to absorb the power of the chaos. I will need your help. Of course, we are all going for the same goal, which is to kill Jiang Li." The masked young man continued, "In this prison, the power of primal chaos is the #1 power. The eternal is the most mysterious and has yet to appear. The Jiang Li infinity is the most transcendent. If you can combine the power of all three and then devour everything in this prison, you will be able to create an inconceivable and profound truth. That truth will be able to devour the entire prison and evolve on its own." It was a realm that transcended infinity, a realm that was difficult to describe with words. It was neither life nor death, neither life nor death, nor life and death. This was an indescribable realm that one couldn't even comprehend. It all depended on one's highest comprehension. Jiang Li's infinite world is no longer in the primal chaos. I don't know where it went, so I can't interfere. I'm also too far away to help. As for the primal chaos you mentioned, I'm very interested. How to absorb the primal chaos essence. Look, the strength of the temple of annihilation in the depths of the primal chaos is getting stronger and stronger. Now it's squeezing our 4 great empires to the point where there's almost no room for survival. At all times, we have to be on guard against the birth of a large number of emissaries of annihilation in our own empires, disrupting the order of our empires and causing chaos. It's not easy to handle now. The power of the emissary of annihilation itself is the will of the chaos. Naturally, it can suppress you. Even if the four great empires were to join forces, it would not even be 100th or even 1,000th of the power of chaos. The masked young man said, "But that's to be expected. Chaos is the strongest force in this prison. Defeating chaos isn't much easier than defeating Zhongli. But I have a plan. Let's first gather all the fortuitous encounters and offer them as sacrifices." Sacrifice? To whom? A cold smile appeared in Jiang Xinyue's eyes. Sacrifices should be made to powerful existences. But now, the two strongest existences in the world, chaos and infinity, were enemies. They cannot be sacrificed to them. Sacrificing to oneself is the true meaning of oneself. Everyone has their own fate. They are connected to the world. Even if it's 1,000,000 lifetimes, it can't be erased. The masked young man said, "Between people and between things, it's all about the comprehension of karma and harmony, and we're the nodes of that karma. Everyone is the king of karma. We sacrifice ourselves and train ourselves to become the king of karma. This is my way of thinking, and it's also everyone's way of thinking." King of fate? When Jiang Xinyue heard this theory, she found it novel and became interested. That's right. All of us rise and fall in fate. As the saying goes, in the world's general trend, the winner will be determined. Only in the struggle of fate will you be seeking a foundation that will last for eternity, sacrificing it to yourself so that you can cultivate to become the king of fate and grasp all fate in your hands. This is the true grand scheme. "Do you understand now?" said the masked young man. "I kind of understand." Jiang Xinyue was a smart person. She had long comprehended the heavenly Tao on the path of cultivation and entered the deepest state of understanding. She also had a grasp of things like fate. At this moment, in her eyes, the world was a huge network of lines, data, and fate tangled together. It was a densely packed spatial network, and the nodes were people or things. It was chaotic and impossible to grasp. As for the appearance of people, men and women, all kinds of living things, there was no difference. They were all created by fate. At this moment, she finally understood what true fate was. "If that's the case, then it's a deal." The masked young man said, "We can discuss about cultivation fate. I have a secret method to help you understand fate further. Of course, after you become stronger, we will also benefit greatly. Are you going to contact Yuanshi, Dao, and Jiang Nailan?" Dao and Jiang Nailan? Jiang Xinyue knew what the masked young man wanted to do. "Of course, we have to contact them. Without them, we can't fight against chaos." The masked young man said, "Of course, they're different from you. They're all people that I use, because Yuanshi, Dao, and Jiang Nailan are all people who have had fortuitous encounters. In a sense, if I use them, I will completely sacrifice them. Do you understand? I'm also a person who has had a fortuitous encounter. How do I know that you won't sacrifice us?" Jiang Xinyue said, "No, you're not a fortuitous encounter." The masked young man said, "Your entanglement with infinity is too deep. If I'm not wrong, you are infinity's weakness. To be more precise, you are one with infinity, two sides of the same coin. Jiang Li is infinity's birth and existence, while you are infinity's destruction. You are infinity's terminator." "I don't understand what you're saying." Jiang Xinyue had more or less understood, but she wanted to get more information out of the masked young man. "It's simple. Ending infinity depends on you, and only you can kill Jiang Li. This is your fate, and also Jiang Li's fate. If Jiang Li kills you, he will be satisfied. If you kill Jiang Li, you will be satisfied." The masked young man said, "Other than that, there are no other changes. Of course, in your current state, you can't kill Jiang Li. You can only rely on my help. We are mutually beneficial. If you kill Jiang Li, we can transcend together." "I see, but these things are too illusory. You have to take it one step at a time." Jiang Xinyue said, My top priority now is to kill the Armageddon and convert it into energy to expand my empire. Then, I will suppress Yuanshir's empire, Dao's empire, and Jiang Nalin's empire. It's best if I can defeat them and make them my subordinates. Then, I will fight the chaos. That's what I proposed. You should first comprehend and cultivate according to me. The masked young man said, "You must grasp fate. When that time comes, sacrifice will be the foundation. You will be the king of fate. Sacrifice to the king of fate. When that time comes, you will be able to take all kinds of fate, good fate, bad fate, and even transform them at will." Very well. I have more or less understood. Jiang Xinyu nodded. Let's compare our martial arts and Taoist techniques. Then, you can go about your business. I will go about my business. Let's keep in touch and plot the big plan. Not bad. Very straightforward. Let's do that. The masked young man sent out a spiritual will to communicate with Jiang Xinyu. Just like that, the two of them seemed to have completed the exchange of cultivation techniques. After a long time, the two of them finished cultivating. The masked young man suddenly shook his body and disappeared. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Xinyue's face. This man is not a good person. I have to be careful. However, his martial art is quite unique and thought-provoking. It seems to be different from the Infinity Sect. Finally, he has opened up a new path beyond the Infinity Sect. No, this cultivation technique of his is the most vicious. If you cultivate it, you will fall into his trap, because he is the king of fate and the king of fortuitous encounters. A voice sounded beside Jiang Xinyu. Who is it? Jiang Xinyu was on guard. It's me. Jiang Li appeared. Jiang Li, it's you. Jiang Xinyue's face showed deep hatred. She did not try to hide it, but she did not attack. Instead, she was on guard, ready to kill Jiang Li at any time. You can't defeat me now. I don't want to fight you, lest we attract the attention of chaos. But I have to tell you that the king of fortuitous encounters you just met is not a good person. If you really believe in the words of the king of fate, then you will become his sacrifice. In this world, there's only one way to cultivate cultivation techniques, and that is infinity. Jiang Li said, he is the king of fate. If you sacrifice yourself, you will be sacrificing yourself to him. How can I believe you? Jiang Xinyu laughed. Besides, I like to go against the heavens. I know that there are tigers in the mountains, but I will still go there. It is true that he is the king of fate, but it is not impossible for me to be the king of fate. I can also take this title. I have long been on guard against this person. If I did not try because I was afraid of him, then how could I kill you? That's true. Jiang Li nodded. Such courage is also the spirit of a great cultivator. I agree. It seems that deep in your heart, the desire to kill me cannot be erased. That's good. I like your character and temperament. Your cultivation seems to be different from before. You didn't come here today to chat with me, did you? Do you want to kill me? Just now, the king of fortuitous encounters said that as long as you kill me, infinity will be complete, Jiang Xinyu said. What he said was wrong. In this world, he cannot control everything. There are many things that he does not know. Jiang Li began to set up a trap. Chapter 1028. Jiang Li had already seen through the sinister and malicious nature of the masked youth. He had warned Jiang Xinyu, but it was obvious that Jiang Xinyu hated him too much. She wouldn't listen to his advice at all. She was stubborn and even wanted to devour the masked youth, the king of fate, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In short, now that everyone had gathered together, they were devouring each other, scheming against each other, scheming against each other, and scheming against each other. People's hearts were collapsing, and doomsday was coming. Right now, it wasn't just doomsday for the primal chaos. It was also doomsday for many overlords, and it was doomsday for everyone in this prison. In this prison, countless overlords would face doomsday. This was Jiang Li's premonition. Of course, many people had this feeling as well. Everyone knew that doomsday was coming, so they would try their best to devour others to increase their own strength. Jiang Li, you can leave now. Jiang Xinyu didn't care about what Jiang Li said at all. Don't try to scare me here. I know what I want to do. We can't live under the same sky. There is only one ending for us. Either you die, or I die. There is no second possibility of compromise. It's fine. Jiang Li's expression didn't change at all. I can accept this ending. In fact, I am limitless but not limitless. I have human senses, but I don't have human emotions. This realm isn't something you can comprehend. I'm here to warn you not to cooperate with the king of fortuitous encounters. If you insist on doing things your own way, I can't do anything about it. I can only watch you die. It doesn't matter to me because the king of fortuitous encounters wants to use me to deal with you. Before he finishes dealing with you, I won't be tricked by him. I can only die if you die. You can't deny this. Jiang Xinyue's willpower was incomparably firm, surpassing that of Vajra. Jiang Li could see her indomitable spirit of killing. It was this spirit that supported her to come this far, and she had no regrets even if she died 9 times. However, Jiang Li did not care whether Jiang Xinyue wanted to kill him or not. In his eyes, there was no love or hatred. Everything was according to the law of fate. The relationship between him and Jiang Xinyue was doomed. That was all. Therefore, his emotions did not fluctuate. He looked at everything coldly, and a look of pity appeared on his face. You're right. Before I die, he will continue to use you. If I die, even if you die immediately, you will have no regrets, right? Yes, you can see it very clearly, so I'm fearless. I don't care if he plots against me, because I only want to achieve my own goal. Jiang Xinyue was very calm. The king of miracle encounters is scheming against me. He doesn't know that my goal is to kill you and then have nothing to ask for. Indeed, Jiang Xinyue just wanted to kill Jiang Li. After that, she did not care about anything else. In this aspect, she was indeed strong without desires. It was precisely because of this that she was very strong. I can leave, but before that, I need to set up a trap in your empire to capture the King of Fate, Jiang Li said. What? Jiang Xinyue's murderous intent burst forth. Are you provoking me? How can I let you touch my empire? Because the King of Miracle Encounters has already set up a trap in your empire. It's just that you don't know about it. In the entire world, only I can track his whereabouts. If my guess is correct, soon, your empire will become a sacrifice, Jiang Li said. I don't think you can let all your sisters die. That has nothing to do with you. Other than killing you, I don't want anything to do with you. Right now, I feel disgusted talking to you. If you insist on interfering with my empire, then I will fight to the death with you. Jiang Xinyue was ready to attack at any moment. I am here to inform you, Jiang Li said. This is out of respect for you. Also, I have to say, if you attack me now, it will not be a life and death struggle. You will definitely die. Of course, I will not kill you, because I want to lure out the King of Miracle Encounters from you. He will appear again. You are a game between the two of us. You are caught in the middle, and there is nothing you can do about it. Kill. Jiang Xinyue suddenly made her move. She turned into a 7-colored ray of light, pierced through the ancient times, and wrapped around Jiang Li's body. After that, thousands of eyeballs appeared in the depths of the void. They were all 7-colored eyeballs. They all emitted rays of light and stared at Jiang Li. Jiang Li did not even look at them. He just pointed casually. Bang, 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 bang. All the rainbow-colored eyeballs in the void exploded, turning into rainbow-colored flowers that fell down. Jiang Xinyue retreated, her face pale. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Terror appeared in her eyes. My power is at least 50,000 reincarnations. I have received 1/10 of the rainbow-colored eyeball's power. How can I be defeated by you? I have already surpassed the level of power. It is like you are still in the feudal era, still using silver and gold as currency. But I have already reached the interstellar era and have started using virtual currency. You cannot imagine my realm. Jiang Li said indifferently, if I were really that easy to deal with, then the King of Fortuitous Encounters, the primordial heavenly king, and even the Tao and the will of primal chaos wouldn't need to think of so many ways to deal with me. I will kill you sooner or later. Jiang Xinyue suddenly seemed to become spirited. A strange power was added to her body. She immediately recovered all her power and even improved. You have a miracle, so do I. I'm not weaker than you. You cannot do anything to me. It is okay to kill me. In my opinion, Life and death are the same as power. We are all products of karma. But I have already surpassed this realm. Even if there is no karma in this world, I will still exist. Jiangli did not continue to fight with Jiang Xinyue. His body disappeared. Jiang Xinyue quickly looked around. She found that there were some things in her Heart Moon Kingdom, but she could not find them. It was empty in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. Her heart was filled with hatred, but her power continued to rise. Behind her, a huge void appeared. It was outside the primal chaos, and the rainbow-colored eyeball was slowly spinning. Many changes had happened, and it seemed that the rainbow-colored eyeball had suffered great damage. It was resting, and the huge amount of energy was given to her to control. Jiang Li, just you wait. Jiang Xinyue knew that her means were far from being able to compete with Jiang Li. But she turned her hatred into willpower. It made her cultivation a lot stronger. The more hatred she had, the stronger her cultivation would be. Jiang Li also knew that Jiang Xinyue's hatred was so deep that it could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. She was the real king of hatred. With this hatred, she could achieve great things. But he still did not care. Along with his comprehension of the Infinity Gate, his cultivation had entered a realm that couldn't be spoken, thought, or even guessed. He walked in the world inside chaos. His next goal was still to find the traces of the King of Adventure and find the whereabouts of the Son of Chaos. The chaos was also his greatest enemy. As for the primordial heavenly king, people like Dao were indeed second, not to mention Jiang Nailin. But the gray eyeball behind Jiang Nailin was very powerful, but it still could not do anything to him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was also the meaning of revenge. The colorful eyeball and the gray eyeball appeared in the form of eyeballs. This is the Yuanshi Empire. He came outside the Yuanshi Empire and felt a sense of familiarity. Yuanshi Shiming was still in his control. He had never seen Yuanshi's true face. He had many secrets. But as his cultivation increased, he gradually saw through Yuanshi's secrets. This person was also a king of adventure and had a very strong cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have directly opened the passage between the chaos and the material realm. It was equivalent to drilling a hole in the chaos material realm, which was a big furnace. It was like Sun Wukong opening the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishang Laojun. He was about to step into the depths of Yuanshi's empire. However, a force stopped him. In front of him, a faint shadow appeared. The shadow gradually thickened and finally turned into an extremely tall, burly, and broad man in a black and white robe. He had a square face and was brimming with the aura of great perfection. This man was the heavenly king of the primordial beginning. Greetings, Infinite. I'm Yuanshi. The burly great perfection man smiled. I finally waited for you to appear. I knew you would come. Not bad. It seems that your cultivation is much higher than I imagined. Yuanshi, this is the first time I've seen your true face. Jiangli nodded. He was not surprised at all, as if he had long expected this scene. You cultivated the original Yuan and sure to the extreme. This is the end of great perfection in itself. Only Infinite understands me. My plan has finally succeeded, and I've turned my bloodline into Infinite. The primordial heavenly king smiled. On Earth, your every move is under my control. The great emperor's relic you obtained was left behind by the Souled Arch, and the Souled Arch is just an avatar of mine, a very small wisp of will. Your fate is most deeply intertwined with mine. The past is in the past, and what's left are just memories. Jiangli said, this body is not the other body, and the other body is not the real body. The raging fire burned this body, so I was reborn. This body is no longer me, and I'm not infinite. Yuanshi, you still can't compare to the king of fortuitous encounters. He has already guessed that if I'm infinite, then I won't be a threat at all. If I'm not infinite, then I'll have truly unpredictable changes. You think that just because I'm infinite, you're at a disadvantage. The two of them had already started fighting. Indeed, Jiang Li and Yuanshi were deeply involved. The entire Earth, which was the myriad world celestial sphere, was created by Yuanshi. However, Yuanshir's plan was to capture infinite. Now that Zhongli was not infinite, his plan was shattered. Chapter 1029. Yuanshir and Zhongli were testing each other with words, attacking each other to break down the other's Tao, heart, and spirit. Zhongli could already see how terrifying this person was. Fortunately, he had nothing to fear now. No power could strengthen his body, and he had already stepped into the deepest realm. He could clearly see through everything and the mutual transformations. It was indeed possible for him to kill the primordial heavenly king. In the past, Yuanshir was high and mighty, fighting against the myriad worlds. In the ancient legends of Earth, he was even the god of creation. Unfortunately, to Zhongli, he was just a slightly stronger existence. Huh? Yuanshir laughed. Looks like you're really the variable among the variables. I also hope that you're not limitless. Otherwise, we won't have any hope of escaping this damned prison. Limitless is the strongest, but it hasn't been able to escape. Therefore, there must be a variable to give us hope. What do you think? Actually, your change, your otherworldliness, is still within my calculations. The heavenly king of primordial beginning is indeed a figure who once fought against the myriad worlds. There's a hidden meaning in his words. He's really wise and brave. However, it doesn't matter. Even if you created the earth and used the Soul Emperor to set up a deceptive array for me, there's no karma at all. Zhongli said, fate and karma move according to one's heart. You and I aren't fated, and you can't force it on me, because I've already transcended this fate. Even the king of fate is my target. You're thinking too much. Yuanshir's expression became solemn. Nothing can be taken away, only karma. Even after thousands of tribulations, karma must be repaid. Back then, you obtained my Thearka's relic. Now, you have to return limitless to me to break free from this shackle. Do you know? Otherwise, how could you withstand the Thearka's orthodoxy when you were just a student on Earth with a vitality of less than one? The huge investment I've given you has long been entangled in the lines of fate. Therefore, you can't deal with me. Only I can deal with you. Why don't you try attacking me and see if you suffer from the backlash? Nothing can be taken away, only karma. Even after thousands of tribulations, karma must be repaid. This was Yuanshir's plan. From the time when Zhongli was just a little student on Earth, he had made his fortune in the sewers, the Dahe cat, the mummy, the emperor's relic, and the Dream Heart Sutra. From then on, he could not stop. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if it was a supreme being of heaven and earth, if he descended to the mortal world to eat a meal from a poor person, he would have to repay it with an entire world. This was karma. Expand for your ability, not for an equivalent exchange. A meal for a poor person was all he had, and the world was everything to the supreme being of heaven and earth. If someone gave you everything, you had to return it all to him. This was fate. This was also karma. This was also karma. The omnipresent karma. Karma was something that would never change. Even if you experienced thousands of tribulations, you would not be able to erase this thing. You had to pay it back. Yuanshir was making use of this point. Back then, he gave the Thearka's relic to Zhongli. Now, Zhongli wanted to return limitless to him. After paying it back, they would be even. Therefore, he appeared in front of Zhongli today. Zhongli couldn't do anything to him. Is that so? Zhongli stared at the sky, his gaze able to see through the boundless karma, fate karma. Indeed, from the start till the end, there was a ball of karma hanging above his head, as though it would fall down at any moment. This thing was formless, it couldn't be seen, it couldn't be touched. But as long as it erupted, Zhongli would find it hard to resist. It was as if there was a sharp sword hanging in the air at all times. Indeed, it is this ball of karma. Actually, even if you don't say it, I know. He did not care. Heavenly King of primordial beginning, your plan is indeed intricate and unpredictable. You set me up from the very beginning. But in a sense, it is indeed you who made me who I am today. In this case, I will give you a chance. Join my limitless empire. Let your primordial beginning empire and my limitless world work together to fight against chaos and destroy the king of fate. In the end, We can transcend together. How about that? Ha ha. Yuanshir's laughter turned into a cold one. This way, it seems like you aren't the one losing out but me. I've invested so much in you. Now, the entire situation is under my control. You want me to become your subordinate with just one sentence? And you're the one who gave me such a huge favor. Isn't that a joke? Yuanshir, your plan is flawless and flawless. Unfortunately, you're wrong about one thing. Jiangli said slowly. Oh, Yuanshir regained his composure. Would you like to hear the details? In this prison, there are countless overlords. Each overlord has a huge world inside their body. They wander around and devour each other. There is no energy in the prison. So, in order to survive, the overlords have to devour each other. But the strongest of all the overlords is limitless. Jiangli said slowly. All methods and skills are derived from limitless. Even karma and harmony, the void of all laws, karma and retribution, karma and karma come and go are all part of the profundity of limitless. But I'm not limitless. Although I'm limitless now, my foundation isn't within limitless. Of course, you won't understand what I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. I'm not limitless, but I control limitless. This means that anything derived from limitless can't be added to my body. If I'm really that simple, I would have been killed by others long ago. Why would I still be alive now? Whether or not you are limitless, that's another matter. The primordial heavenly king's expression changed, but then he calmed down. Then I'd like to see if your cultivation is as good as your mouth. Rumble. Yuanshir used his god fist. His fist technique was earth-shattering and majestic. Heaven and earth seemed to vanish, leaving behind only the most primitive, purest, and barbaric aura of the primeval wildlands. Within the wildlands, ancient, desolate, bleak, cruel, bloody, and emotionless transformations of heaven and earth were all fused into his fist technique. This was the first change. The path of creation. The source knew. In the past, the primordial heavenly king's winding river was the essence river. But now, he took a step further, and the winding river disappeared. He had already refined the winding river into his body, fusing it into the depths of fate, spreading it everywhere, even replacing fate, forming a huge independent net. His ambitions were no small. The fist was already in front of Jiangli. Jiangli retreated and dodged. His body flickered as space opened and closed. This was no ordinary spatial teleportation. His body flickered as he teleported out of primal chaos, then back into primal chaos. That made Heavenly King Primordial Beginning's fist technique useless. Unless Yuanshir could break through the primal chaos and was willing to be devoured by it, he wouldn't be able to hurt Jiangli. When Yuanshir saw that Jiangli was actually entering and exiting the primal chaos, a bright light suddenly shot out from his brow. Boundless light gathered and suddenly exploded. A light vortex appeared in the depths of his brow, playing out Jiangli's life. This light wasn't an attack, but a return to the source. From Jiangli's birth, studying, struggling on Earth, being bullied, obtaining the Soul Emperor's relic in the sewers, fighting his way out of Earth, entering Starry Sky University, becoming Hong Heiyu's disciple, going through all sorts of training, establishing the Scarlet Emperor Group, fighting against the demons and giants in the spatial passageway, and then fighting against Jiang Nalan. When humanity faced a huge crisis, being attacked by the dragon race, Bone Realm, and giants, Jiangli fought nonstop, risking his life to defeat the enemies, leading everyone into the cultivation world. After a series of battles, he seized the cultivation world, built a business platform in the Milky Way, accumulated power, defeated Prince Tattoo's fleet in the Immortal Tower Star region, entered the Star region himself, ascended to godhood, destroyed 2 star regions, assisted the son of the celestial world, occupied the celestial world, merged with the celestial world, built the human world, devoured the primordial battlefield, fought against the strongest martial artists, and caused the 3-dimensional universe's heaven will to appear. After this series of changes, Jiangli finally unified the material world and opened the passage to the primordial chaos of the main world. In the end, he refined the material world into an infinite world and arrived in the primordial chaos. Then he subdued Yuan, Ju, and the others, fought against the rainbow eyeball, the dark eyeball, and the will of the primordial chaos. At the last moment, he escaped from death and saw the door of infinity. Next was to quell the internal strife and return to the primordial chaos. This life's history was all revealed. It could be said to be brilliant and magnificent, vividly displaying the epic of struggle, the legend of myths and legends. His appearance represented the final journey of the infinite world. Since his birth, the infinite world had quietly changed. Perhaps after him, the world would no longer exist. His fate was also the fate of many worlds, the fate of fate, karma, the fate of karma, and the fate of fate. At this moment, the light between Yuanshi's eyebrows had completely evolved Jiang Li's magnificent body. The world was no longer the original world, but Jiang Li's world. And Yuanshi's plan had almost run through Jiang Li's life. Ever since Jiang Li had obtained the Grand Emperor's relic, almost everything had been related to the primordial heavenly king. Even unifying the material world and coming to the origin world had been opened by the primordial heavenly king. For Yuanshi to have such remarkable abilities, it seemed that he had also obtained great power. Jiang Li was covered by the light between his eyebrows. In an instant, he seemed to be unable to move. Yuanshi's plan had run through his life, so he was like a marionette. Now, it was only natural that he would be controlled by Yuanshi. Things were that simple. Chapter 10:30. In the battle between Jiang Li and Primordial Heavenly King of the Beginning, both of them had their own trump cards. Primordial Heavenly King of the Beginning's fist technique couldn't do anything to Jiang Li, but Jiang Li also couldn't do much damage to Primordial Heavenly King of the Beginning. However, Yuanshi had laid down all sorts of karma from the very beginning. His goal was to seize the infinity and even the variable that was Jiang Li. He wanted to capture him step by step, study him, refine him, and make him his. Therefore, at this time, he activated karma repayment. Nothing could be taken away, only karma. Even after thousands of tribulations, karma had to be repaid. Back then, he had taken the Grand Emperor's relic and grown. Now, it was time to repay the debt. What could he use to repay it? He would use the infinity to repay it. Karma was activated, and Jiang Li couldn't move at all. This was something he had to repay. As long as he lived in this world of karma, he had to abide by the order of this world. His infinity world was a world that paid the most attention to order, and he knew how important it was. Therefore, he had to use the infinity, and even his own life, to repay the karma of the past. However, he had already seen through everything. He was someone outside of order, someone outside of the infinity world. It could be said that there was no infinity. From this, it could be seen that back then, Jiang Li hadn't obeyed the will of the infinity door and entered its depths. Instead, he had maintained his own research attitude. That was the correct way to avoid being tainted by karma. Yuanshi, you want the infinity world, but you found the wrong person. I, Jiang Li, am not the infinity world. The infinity world is not mine. Infinity, absorb it into my body. Yuanshi reached out once more, attempting to extract the true meaning of the infinity world from Jiang Li's body. In fact, he might even be able to extract the infinity door. However, this grab of his didn't manage to grab anything from Jiang Li. Instead, it triggered the strongest existence in the void, the boundless fury of that existence. Rumble. Above Yuanshi's head, a door appeared, breaking through the primal chaos as the door of the infinity appeared. Yuanshi channeled all of his power, wanting to seize the infinity gate and strip it from Jiang Li's body. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person. It was like a poor man owing money to a rich man. When the rich man went to collect the debt, he saw the poor man standing in front of a big house. He thought that the big house belonged to the poor man and wanted to collect the house like a wolf. However, he did not expect that the big house behind the poor man was not his own. Instead, it was an even stronger nouveau riche. In this way, the nouveau riche was in a tragedy because he was asking for the wrong debt. This was what happened to Yuanshi. He thought that infinity belonged to Zhongli, but he didn't expect that Zhongli didn't obtain the infinite at all. He didn't want to obtain the infinite either. From the very beginning, he had been cautious, advancing step by step. He would rather let go of 10,000 opportunities than take a single risk. The door of the infinity was just a research object. At the same time, he also calculated that he had a deep karma with Yuanshi. He had to get rid of this karma in order to improve further. Therefore, he didn't accept infinity. He didn't fuse his soul with it. He was both infinity and not infinity. It was just that this was an ambiguous relationship. He maintained an ambiguous relationship with infinity. In this way, he had deceived everyone in the world, not just Yuanshi. It was only right and proper for Yuanshi to collect a debt from Zhongli. However, he had grasped the wrong thing. He was asking for something that didn't belong to Zhongli. Asking for a debt was a legitimate action, but if it was a mistake, it would be retribution. Yuanshi's power poured into the door of the infinity gate. After circulating within it, it actually produced a myriad of changes. This could be said to have activated some of the door of the infinity gate's power. The rebound of the power was 10 times that of Yuanshi's attack. Rumble. The projection of the door of the infinity gate appeared above Yuanshi's head, and a shadow rushed out of it. This shadow looked exactly like Yuanshi, but its aura was stronger, more majestic, and insufferably domineering. This shadow was the cause and effect that the primordial heavenly king of heaven had just planted. He had thought that it was only right and proper for him to obtain infinity. However, he hadn't expected that infinity didn't belong to Zhongli, which was equivalent to harming the innocent. According to the karmic tribulations of order, he had to bear the consequences. Therefore, the depths of the door of the infinity gate amplified his power and sent it back at him. It was like 10 of him attacking him with full force. He couldn't withstand such an attack. Seeing the shadow lunging at him, Yuanshi was shocked. Finally, he understood. Zhongli, that infinity isn't you. You didn't get infinity. What are you doing? What are you thinking? He staggered backward, but the shadow lunged forward to kill him. At this point, Zhongli blurred into motion, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that stabbed into the shadow from behind. The shadow let out a howl as it began to crumble. All of the shadow's power was sucked into Zhongli's body. It was as if he had just devoured another totemic beast. However, Zhongli's aura didn't change at all. He had already sent the shadow's power into the infinity gate, and the infinity gate began to transform like the spring wind and rain. It was now even more perfect and bright. Primordial heavenly king of heaven, even if you didn't die, you would have been seriously injured. But I absorbed your shadow and saved your life. Now, the karma between us is gone. The Grand Emperor relic you gave me, and the karma that ran through my entire life, are all paid off by me. What else do you have to say? Zhongli raised his head and looked at the void above him. Indeed, the entanglement between him and the primordial heavenly king for a lifetime had been completely resolved. From now on, everything had vanished in a thin air, and they no longer had any connection. Damn it, Yuanshi could sense all of this. He had spent his entire life trying to capture the infinity gate, but in the end, he had miscalculated. He had miscalculated that the infinity gate wasn't Zhongli's. He had found the wrong target and ended up suffering a calamity. And then, Zhongli had saved him. Now, the debt between them was even, and all of his scheming had been for naught. Zhongli was free of the karmic ties and felt incomparably relaxed. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and his heart felt even more complete. He now understood many things. The less karmic ties he had, the more he wanted to separate himself from the natural order of things and make preparations to transcend. The infinity gate couldn't transcend, so he couldn't be infinity. The heavenly king of primordial beginning was right about one thing. Zhongli had to be the variable among the variables. Only by being a variable could he hope to escape from this prison, never to return, and escape from this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Yuanshi, we're even now. Many thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to undo the karmic ties between us. It would have been very difficult for me to achieve my Tao. My future accomplishments will all be thanks to what you did today. Zhang Li's words were polite and courteous, but his killing intent had already begun to rise. He had come here today to free himself of his karmic ties. Now that he was free of Yuanshi, his cultivation base was rising with unimaginable speed. He was like a flood dragon breaking free from its shackles, a dragon flying into the sea, a bird flying into the forest. It was an indescribably carefree and comfortable feeling. As of this moment, his connection to the infinity gate was faintly discernible. It wasn't that it wasn't close, nor was it that it wasn't close. It was that he could discard the infinity gate at any time, but at the same time, he knew more about it. Everything about the primordial heavenly king was under his control. In the past, Yuanshi had been mysterious and unfathomable. But now, there were no secrets to speak of. In fact, Zhangli could see through the energy flow within Yuanshi, and he could see that the source of that energy came from beyond primal chaos. In a place far, far away from primal chaos, there was an ancient castle. It was colorless, which meant that it was impossible to tell what color it was. Anyone who looked at it would know that it wasn't a void, and yet it was impossible to tell what color it was or what shape it was in. It was this colorless and shapeless castle that gave the primordial heavenly king his strength. What a powerful castle! It would have been fine if Zhangli hadn't been observing it, but after observing it, he was shocked. The power of this castle far surpassed that of the rainbow eyeball and the gray eyeball. In fact, even the two combined couldn't compare to this castle. The castle in front of him was majestic. Not only did it have endless power, but it also exuded a will that couldn't be defeated. It couldn't even be worn down by anything. In this prison, everything would be worn down with time. Its power would weaken and dissipate, and it would eventually die. Therefore, if it wanted to continue existing, it would have to constantly devour and replenish itself. This prison was very strange. There was no energy conservation at all. Logically speaking, after an overlord died, its energy would dissipate into space. But in this space, there wouldn't be any energy left. If it died, then it died. If it died, then its energy would mysteriously disappear. It could only be preserved if it was devoured by someone. It was as if the entire world was illusory. Life and death were just data. Naturally, there wouldn't be any real energy. However, this castle was real. Its energy wouldn't dissipate with the passage of time. Instead, it existed just like that. Yuanshi could communicate with the power of this castle. He was almost immortal. That was why he hadn't even been afraid of primal chaos. Could it be that this castle is immortal? There are trillions of overlords in this prison, but there are only three strongest overlords. They are limitless, primal chaos, and immortal. Limitless is number 1, primal chaos is number 2, and immortal is number 3. Judging from the aura of this castle, it's not weaker than primal chaos. Could it be immortal? Zhangli thought about it carefully, but he found some clues. No, according to the memories I obtained from the depths of Limitless, the aura of immortal isn't like this. Immortal is like a river that runs through everything. There's no past, no future, and no end. It's definitely not a castle. In other words, this thing in front of me isn't immortal. But what is it? Chapter 1031. Zhang Li and Yuanshi's karma had been resolved, and his own cultivation base had improved tremendously. He had also taken the opportunity to peek into Yuanshi's fortuitous encounter. That strange castle, whose color and shape couldn't be seen clearly, was filled with mystery and invincibility. It wasn't inferior to primal chaos, but it wasn't eternal either. Could it be that a fourth superpower had appeared in the world? In this prison, there were 3 superpowers: limitless, primal chaos, and eternal. Their statuses were transcendent, just like the 3 ancient sovereigns. Of course, limitless was the more special one. Apart from them, no other powerful existence could surpass these 3 superpowers. Although the 7-colored eyeball and the gray eyeball had power equivalent to hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, they could only stir up trouble here before primal chaos awakened. If primal chaos truly awakened, These two eyeballs wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Zhongli, don't think that you've won. Seeing Zhongli resolve his karma, his transcendent aura, and his rising cultivation base, Yuanshi's expression didn't look good. But just like that, he seemed to have thought of something, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. However, from this point, I can see that you aren't limitless. Since you aren't limitless, there's hope for us to escape this prison and transcend to that inconceivable realm. That's right, I'm a variable among variables. But it doesn't matter. I can lead people to transcend together. There won't be any conflict between you and me. Join Limitless. Zhongli was still trying to persuade the primordial heavenly king to join them. He was not hostile, but this was the biggest plan. As long as the primordial heavenly king wavered in the slightest, Zhongli would be able to sense the many secrets in the depths of the primordial heavenly king's heart, as well as the supreme secret of the castle. This was the transformation of the human heart. Mutual attraction, seizing the opportunity to enter, all-pervasive. Right now, Zhongli had improved once again and was now a supreme expert in controlling the soul. Even if Yuanshi was a scheming person, he still wasn't a match for him. I won't join you. At this point, you're still lying? Actually, transcendence is a very simple matter. All you have to do is devour everything in this prison and fuse them into one. Then you can transcend. The Great Tao is actually the simplest thing. It's not as complicated as you think. The primeval heavenly king said, "The things you think about are too complicated. You want to collect all living beings, teach them, create the infinite, and then break away from the infinite. You're doing all sorts of things. You're simply binding yourself in a cocoon. Your Tao is a complicated Tao, and you are destined to fail. My Tao is a simple Tao, very simple. I want to devour all existences, refine them, and then condense them, and compress them to the smallest point. Beyond that limit, everything will lose its meaning." That's a good idea, but it hasn't been tested yet. Limitless had once tried to devour the various overlords, but it didn't succeed. In the end, it encountered a force and was devoured by it, ending up in its current state. Limitless once wanted to devour many overlords, but it didn't succeed. In the end, it met with a force and was devoured, ending up in its current state. In this way, he could cause subtle ripples in the depths of the heavenly king of the primordial beginning's heart. As the ripples became more and more unstable, they would gather together and cause a common vibration. It would become a huge wave that would eventually subvert and drown the heavenly king of the primordial beginning's body. That's fine. Do what you want. I can't do anything to you. Lin Fan frowned. Zhongli, your cultivation base seems to have reached a certain level. When you speak, every word you say is an attack on me, attacking my heart. You really have some methods, but don't think that you can shake my heart just like that. I have to devour the heavens, devour all the overlords, and then use the most primitive extreme transformation to enter the deepest level of the dimension, cultivating to an unparalleled position. Fine, do whatever you want then. I can't do anything to you. Jiang Li's attitude was unexpectedly calm. The karma between us has been resolved for countless years. Right now, my cultivation base is at the highest level. Even if you have a mysterious force behind your back, you are definitely not a match for me. Anything you do will be useless to me. You're looking down on me that much. Yuanshi seemed to have suffered a great deal of humiliation, but his tone was one of joy. It was unknown what his attitude was. But you want to let me go and escape unscathed, but I don't want to let you go. What should I do? Although you plotted against me, I also took the opportunity to understand your strength. You should know that if you were limitless, I really wouldn't be able to deal with you. But you're not limitless. Although there are many variables, you've also lost the power of limitless. I can completely suppress you with my current strength. Although you just broke free from the karma between us, as long as you're in this prison, you'll be tainted by the karma of the mortal world at any time. You should know that in the mud, even if you're pure and flawless, you'll still be tainted at all times. You won't be able to escape. As he spoke, numerous fish scale clouds appeared above Yuanshi's head, spreading out in all directions, enveloping the heaven and earth, forming a huge barrier. It was an inescapable net, wanting to completely suppress Zhongli. This was something he had planned. In fact, he had long since thought that today's matter would fail. So he came up with a second plan. Dao, you can come out now. After he was done, his voice was very calm, as if he was calling for help. I've been here for a long time, Yang Qi said. I've been observing the situation for a while now, but I never would have guessed that your sure-kill plan would fail. You used karma to strip the Lord of Limitless of his limitlessness, and instead helped him. A man appeared. His features were ancient, and he exuded an extraordinary and elegant aura. At first glance, he seemed like a righteous gentleman or a Confucian saint. However, if one looked at him for a while, they would realize that he was empty. He floated in the air, and he seemed to be able to control the destruction of heaven and earth, and he seemed to be able to affect the flow of dust. This was the Tao. Zhongli had seen the Tao before. However, this Tao was ever-changing. Its original form was different from its current form. Even its appearance and shape were completely different. However, Zhongli could grasp the core essence. No matter how the Tao changed, it would remain the same form. There would be no change or development at all. This was the proverb, I'll recognize you even if you're burned to ash. The moment the Tao appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. This meant that the battle was about to begin. Zhongli and the Tao didn't have any fate to come into contact. So he looked at this person as if there was a massive darkness behind him, and majestic energy surged out from the depths of that darkness. Although the energy was vast, it wasn't as strong as Yuanshir's, but it seemed to surpass the rainbow eyeball and the dark eyeball. From this, it could be seen that the Tao also had a fortuitous encounter, but it couldn't compare to the mysterious castle behind Yuanshir. The mysterious castle behind Yuanshir was like the overlord of heaven and earth, chasing after the infinite. He was very ambitious, as if he wanted to establish a second primal chaos, a second infinity, a second eternity, and become the fourth overlord in addition to the three overlords. What? The two of you want to gang up on me? Zhongli chuckled. Who would have guessed that the two of you would have ulterior motives? You want to work together? Don't try to kill each other while working with me. Also, Tao, I hope you don't like what I've heard. I know you've had some good fortune, but compared to Yuanshir, it's nothing. Yuanshir has a mysterious castle behind him that's no weaker than primal chaos. Do you really think you can fight against something like that? The way I see it, he's just using you. He can sacrifice you at any time, and he can even crush you to dust. Tao, whatever are you? He can crush you with the flip of a hand. Zhongli suddenly blurred into motion, and Tao caught sight of a castle behind Yuanshir. The power of that castle caused the essence of primal chaos to tremble. That castle, Tao said in shock. He had never imagined that Yuanshir would be this strong. In his heart, the primordial heavenly king had always been an equal existence to him. Neither of them could do anything to the other. They had been fighting openly and secretly since the primordial age, and had always been in the most balanced position. But now things had changed. Yuanshir had been hiding his true strength the entire time, and was actually far stronger than Tao. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Tao wasn't an ordinary person either. As soon as he saw that castle, he knew that he had been deceived, that he wasn't a match at all. So it turned out that primordial heavenly king had always been toying with him, able to kill him at any time. How did you find out about the power behind me? Yuanshir was even more surprised than Tao was. Never could he have guessed that Zhongli would be able to uncover something he had been hiding so deeply. Rumble. Tao moved closer to Zhongli and sent out a friendly message. Oh, venerable Lord of Limitless, I've been tricked this whole time. Yuanshir was just playing with me like a cat playing with a mouse. Now, I'll join forces with you. In order to deal with Yuanshir, I'll join Limitless. Tao was also very powerful, and he was able to make a decision in the blink of an eye. This was the best balance in his mind. This was because Zhongli was trustworthy. Up until now, not a single person in the boundless world had been killed or sacrificed by him. Zhongli's ideals and order were open and above board, like the sun and moon in the sky. Everything was done according to his order. However, the primordial heavenly king was different. He would definitely devour all valuable existences. It wasn't worth it to join forces with Yuanshi to deal with Jiangli. If the two of them were on equal footing, there might have been some room for scheming and scheming. But now, he was going to be devoured. With a single sentence, Jiangli had turned the powerful Tao from an enemy to one of his own. How did you find out about the power behind me? Yuanshi's voice turned sharp. Simple. Because I know everything about you. Jiangli, just now, when we undid our karma, you had no more secrets from me. Chapter 1032. With just a few words, he had instigated the Tao. Even if the other party wasn't sincere, as long as they acknowledged him and got close to him, his thoughts would be connected to the infinite river. He would know everything about the other party and even grasp their wisdom and experience. The wisdom of the Tao was huge in the past and could create and destroy worlds. But to the current Jiangli, it was nothing. The benefits of settling in the depths of the infinite river were better than nothing. As he absorbed the wisdom of the Tao, Jiangli did not pay much attention to it. However, what followed next was an incomparably vast amount of knowledge that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Even the heavens and earth rippled with a supreme aura. It wasn't the knowledge of the Tao, but something from the fortuitous encounter behind him. At this moment, Jiangli saw what was behind the Tao. It was a giant life form, even larger than the rainbow eyeball and the gray eyeball. Its specific shape could be seen clearly. It was a giant axe. That's right, it was in the shape of a giant axe, one that could split the heavens and earth. But this axe was alive. It hovered in the depths of the endless void, surrounded by dense space-time tunnels and layers. Compared to the layers of the talisman beasts, totem beasts, and other beasts, it was many times more profound. The power of the axe wasn't as strong as the primal chaos, eternal, infinite, or the mysterious castle. But in terms of power, it was probably more than 1,000,000 reincarnations. 1,000,000 reincarnations far exceeded Jiang Li's current cultivation. It was equivalent to the sum of hundreds of infinite worlds. This kind of power was shocking. One should know that even the strongest imprint of 129,600 reincarnations was only at the level of 120,000 reincarnations. It still couldn't compare to 1,000,000 reincarnations. Of course, compared to the primal chaos, there was still a huge difference. Primal chaos, infinite, eternal, and the mysterious castle. The power could no longer be calculated by reincarnations. If one had to calculate it, it was probably over 100 million. What kind of monstrous power was this? But now, the depths of the door of infinity were empty of power. All of it had been drained away, replaced by profoundness and mystery. Abandoning power, he obtained something even stronger than power, and Jiangli gradually understood the essence of this thing. Therefore, he no longer needed power to defeat his enemies. Instead, he used an existence that surpassed power to disintegrate power. This thing seemed to have never appeared in the world. A power that did not belong to this world. A power that did not belong to this prison. This kind of thing did not have a name. It was an existence that surpassed strength. Jiangli did not even know what to call this realm. Not spirit, not energy, not matter, not void, not existence, not non-existence, and not something between existence and non-existence. This kind of thing was not even nothing. He simply couldn't think of what this thing was called, because there wasn't any term in the world that could describe this thing. Jiangli felt that he could crush and disintegrate any force within a breath and find all the flaws of energy, matter, spirit, void, formation, tai chi, yin and yang, and so on. He could use the tiniest wave to shake a huge existence. This was not simply a technique that relied on skill to break through power. It was a technique that could restrain everything in the world. It was an inconceivable technique. This was because what Jiangli had comprehended from the depths of infinity did not exist in this world. The door of infinity seemed to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, no matter how powerful the other party was, he could completely disintegrate it. Even if this Tao was backed by a mysterious axe with millions of reincarnation powers, he could still control it. However, he was still very wary of the primal chaos, the mysterious castle, and the yet-to-appear eternity. These existences seemed to have broken away from the scope of power and entered a state of comprehension similar to his. Although they were different from what he had comprehended, they were still variables among variables. Jiang Li's current comprehension was not very deep, and he could not truly grasp that inconceivable thing. He could not subdue them, and there was even the risk of being assassinated by them. From this point of view, Jiang Li could ally with Dao, but he definitely could not ally with Yuanshi. He could see through Dao, but he could not see through Yuanshi. There was a clear dividing line between enemies and allies. That was those that could be grasped and those that could not be grasped. Those that could be seen through and grasped could become allies. They could be modified and trained into infinity, sharing their wisdom. As for those that could not be grasped, they would definitely not add unnecessary variables to infinity. Dao, are you really going to go against me? Yuanshi seemed to want to turn Dao against him. If we work together, we can still kill Jiang Li. Now that you've sided with Jiang Li, it's the same as handing yourself over to him. You should know that he's many times more dangerous than I am. You have to think this through. Don't waste your own life. Huh? At this time, although Jiang Li had been able to peek into his secrets, he had also obtained an enormous amount of knowledge from the Infinity Channel. Waves of knowledge as vast as mountains and seas surged into the depths of his mind. In an instant, he also obtained an enormous benefit. The huge amount of energy within his body began to transform. It began to brew, compress, and compress again, becoming an even more condensed existence. So the infinity is so profound. This is the truth of the world. Yuanshi, you don't have to say anymore. Now that I've connected to infinity, I realize how inferior my previous cultivation was. I didn't even know how to cultivate. Now, I've truly reached the next level. And you, Yuanshi, you've been deceiving me all this time, haven't you? I've seen through your true colors now. That strange and mysterious castle behind you is something that the power of my axe can't reach. The reason why you haven't made a move against me is simple. You're being restricted by that mysterious castle, and it treats you like a chess piece. You can't break free from it, and so you want to use me to gain the power of my axe. Then, you'll use Jiang Li's limitless power as well as the transformations of primal chaos. With all three factors combined, you'll be able to fight against the mysterious castle at the right time. Am I right? Each of these words touched the heart of the primordial heavenly king of heaven. In front of Dao, Yuanshi no longer had any secrets. The way Dao looked at him was as if he were a naked man running down the street. Yuanshi's humiliation turned into anger, as if he were a great saint who had been exposed as a hypocrite. In fact, the heavenly king of the primordial beginning's strength far exceeded Dao, but he did not immediately destroy the other party. Instead, he played a game of cat and mouse with the other party, slowly fattening Dao. What he was plotting was the mysterious axe behind Dao. He had been toying with Dao for so long, and now that he had been seen through, it was only natural that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Of course I am. His expression darkened, and he radiated killing intent. Dao, we've worked together on so many occasions. Our karma is so deep, and we're bound by destiny. I've even set up many things around you. Do you really think you can escape just because you convert to the infinity? You'll only bring disaster to the Lord of the Infinity, Jiang Li. You're wrong, Yuanshi. Once you enter the infinity, all karma will turn to dust. Jiang Li, the entanglement of destiny and karma is the basic order of this prison, but the infinity has already broken away from this order. You should know that the power I'm using is something you can't comprehend. Furthermore, I can already tell that the mysterious castle behind you is extremely dangerous. Right now, you're borrowing its power, but you're just a pawn. He can suck you dry at any time, and he can use your hand to do all kinds of things. He is currently in a deep slumber and has not truly awakened. Once he wakes up, you will be no match for him. But you have a good idea. Join me. My door will always be open to you. Think about it. If you join me, you'll be able to share the infinity. I'll even help Tao subdue that mysterious axe. Not only that, but we'll also be able to control the changes in primal chaos. In the blink of an eye, you'll be free of the castle. Think about it, Yuan Shi. One step to heaven, one step to hell. What do you say? Jiang Li's glib tongue once again dispelled Yuan Shi's fighting spirit. If Yuan Shi's will wavered, he could take advantage of it and attack the deepest part of Yuan Shi's heart. With that, he would be able to understand the secrets of the mysterious castle. He might even be able to control everything. Jiang Li, you're underestimating me. Jiang Li, you underestimate me. My will not waver. You are right. The mysterious castle is using me. Once I wake up, I will die. I might even become a walking corpse and be devoured by him. But I don't care. This is part of my cultivation. It's called putting yourself in a dead end. It's this kind of pressure that allows me to unleash my full potential. The more opponents I have, the more I can unleash my power. Primordial Heavenly King of Heaven seemed to have seen through Jiang Li's intentions. He definitely wouldn't listen to his opponent's nonsense. If that's the case, then I can only force you to reveal the secret of the mysterious castle. Jiang Li placed his hands behind his back and sighed. Yuan Shi, I have to admit that you're quite the character. Given time, as long as your plan succeeds, you'll be able to pose a great threat to me. I won't give you that chance. Whoosh! Jiang Li had already appeared in front of Primordial Heavenly King. He did not punch, kick, or attack. Instead, he directly penetrated into Primordial Heavenly King's body, wanting to merge with him. This was Jiang Li's brand new method, Unlimited Fusion. Chapter 1033. Jiang Li's infinite fusion was not an offensive technique, but a pure fusion. It was not a fusion of energy, but a kind of communication between civilizations that was not restricted by any kind of technique. Just like when two civilizations fought and collided with each other. In the process of intense conflict, civilizations would also fuse with each other. This kind of fusion was even higher than the fusion between civilizations. It was an existence that transcended the spiritual and material. Even Jiang Li himself couldn't tell what kind of fusion this was. However, he knew that this was the most perfect fusion, the best fusion. He was going to fuse with Yuan Shi now. This kind of integration was similar to the integration between different ethnic groups on Earth. For example, in the history of Earth, during the Qing dynasty, the Manchus conquered the Han people and established the Qing Empire. However, in reality, it was a nomadic civilization that integrated into the bloodline of the Han people. In the end, who could clearly say who conquered who? The history of Earth was very mysterious, and one could deduce the supreme truth from it. Jiang Li, how dare you? You dare to fuse with me? This technique of yours seems to come from the history of the myriad realms, celestial sphere that I created. Yuan Shi was shocked to see Jiang Li enter his body. He hurriedly used all the Tao techniques in his body, sending out waves. He wanted to force Jiang Li out of his body, but he was unable to do so. It was like a drop of water entering the sea, and no one could take it out again. Jiang Li was like this. At this moment, he used the power of infinite fusion, and he became an existence that was identical to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was the sea, and he was a drop of water. How could Yuan Shi find out that he had fused with Yuan Shi's body? Die! Yuan Shi roared, and cracks appeared in the depths of the void. Those cracks seeped into his body, turning into twisting existences like spirit snakes that searched everywhere, setting up an inescapable net. It's useless, Yuan Shi. That little trick of yours can't do anything to me. I'll merge with you without limit. You'll be me, and I'll be you. Once we merge, you'll reach a higher level of enlightenment. You'll receive the limitless and accept the limitless. This will be of great benefit to you. Jiang Li's voice came from Yuan Shi's body. This was very strange, as if there were two souls in one person's body. Jiang Li, you overestimate yourself. Do you really think I don't have any tricks up my sleeves? Yuan Shi suddenly sat down cross-legged, seemingly chanting an incantation to communicate with a mighty existence. Dao's expression changed. His expression was very ugly, and he could already feel the destructive blow. With a whistling sound, he immediately left this place. In the next moment, he was inside his Tao empire. With a thought, a huge space-time tunnel appeared in the core of the altar, and on the other end of the tunnel was a huge empire in space beyond primordial chaos. That empire in space had a golden destiny, and it seemed to be the peak of the golden age. Everyone shone with the halo of wisdom, and there was a great fire of wisdom burning above their heads that would never be extinguished. The great fire of wisdom entered the boundless river, and the river circled around the boundless world, causing it to shine with eternal brilliance. Rumble. Tao put his palms together, and the space-time of his Tao empire began to vibrate as if it was about to jump. He was actually going to bring his Tao empire into the boundless world and wholeheartedly rely on it, bringing all of his resources, wealth, and living beings to join the boundless world. He was going all out. After coming into contact with the boundless world, he knew that it was irreversible, and he had to follow the flow of the boundless world to obtain what he wanted. Just like that, the huge Tao empire vanished from the depths of primordial chaos and entered the depths of the boundless world. The boundless world contained the Tao empire, but it didn't seem to grow at all. This was the power of its god art. In truth, the boundless world had gone through many transformations, and it had gradually stepped into an inconceivable structure. No matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be able to burst. The Tao empire wasn't that big compared to the boundless world, and even if it merged with it, it wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation. At most, it would be the icing on the cake. However, to Zhang Li, Tao had great potential. This was not because of anything else, but because of the huge axe behind Tao. It was a huge axe that was more than 1,000,000 reincarnations. Although it was not as good as the mysterious castle, it was still a great resource. As long as Zhang Li could fuse with the axe, the strength of the Tao empire would rise to another level, and the knowledge of the axe was something that Zhang Li needed. Of course, he had no plans to take the axe for now. After all, he had to deal with Yuanshi first. He used the boundless fusion and entered Yuanshi's body. Yuanshi also knew that things weren't going well, so he began to use his trump card, which was the power of the mysterious castle. The mysterious castle was strange. It transcended matter and energy. It was something that wanted to squeeze out a fourth path from the boundless, eternal, and primordial chaos. As for the knowledge of the mysterious castle, Zhang Li especially wanted to know. Now, he wanted to form a connection with Yuanshi again, and from there, he could see the secrets of the mysterious castle. Yuanshi's cultivation was no match for Zhang Li, and the only thing he could rely on was the power of the mysterious castle. So when he couldn't expel the fusion with Zhang Li, he began to use the mysterious castle. Tao also knew how powerful it was, so he immediately left, bringing his Tao empire into the depths of the boundless world to hide. The mysterious castle actually appeared above Yuanshi's head. The castle was an illusory image, condensed power, and slowly rotated, wanting to completely absorb Zhang Li from his body. As expected, under the power of the castle, the blood in Yuanshi's body surged, and all kinds of energy turned into vortexes, surging up and down. And Zhang Li's figure was completely revealed in the tide of blood, and gradually, he was about to be absorbed into the castle, crushed, and finally destroyed. Yuanshi laughed loudly, using some kind of divine art, using laughter to stimulate the energy and spirit in his body, reaching the most ferocious, violent, and pinnacle state. Zhang Li, your body is basically under my control. Zhang Li, your body has basically already been controlled by me. This time, you went for wool and came home shorn. Trying to enter my body and fuse with me is simply courting death. My body has become a prison, hindering you so that I can activate my trump card. Not bad, not bad. This castle is my greatest trump card. It has devoured countless overlords over a long period of time before it finally transformed into its current state. It has no shape, no color, but it can also be said to have any shape or color. It is called myriad phenomena, all-encompassing, all-encompassing. Zhang Li, your body has basically already been controlled by me. This time, you went for wool and came home shorn. This time, you went for wool and came home shorn. This castle is definitely comparable to infinity, primal chaos, and eternity. Yuanshi's voice suddenly turned incomparably cold. In that cold voice, there was a metallic femininity. Is this the power of the mysterious castle? I don't think the term myriad phenomenon is enough to describe the power of this castle. Jiangli was currently inside Yuanshi's body, and he could sense that after the appearance of the castle, an enormous amount of energy was transforming, intertwining, and spinning violently. It actually separated his own essence from Yuanshi's essence, and at the same time, purified his own essence. It was like extracting true gold from a gold mine. The castle was the furnace, and the blazing flames were purifying the true gold. The castle was the furnace. Since that's the case, this is exactly what I want. I want to see how strong this castle is and how much it can last. I also want to see how many secrets I can learn from it. With a sudden thought, Jiangli began to revolve his cultivation base, the infinity godly art. The infinity godly art transformed again and again, using Yuanshi's body as a testing ground for his gamble with the mysterious castle. Yuanshi was an ambitious and ruthless character, and his expression didn't change at all. His psyche was locked onto Jiangli, and he was using his psyche to deal with Jiangli. He wanted to crush Jiangli and kill him. Jiangli, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to get involved. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourself to my doorstep? You know my plan. I'm going to sacrifice you to the castle, then take advantage of the fact that the infinity godly art and the castle are fighting each other, and I'll be the fisherman to reap the rewards. Yuanshi had taken control of the situation. He had originally been a pawn of the castle, but now that Jiang Li and the castle were fighting, he was freed from the shackles of his soul. In fact, he even used the Li substitution technique, which allowed Jiang Li and the castle to take his place. Death substitution technique. He once again let out a long laugh. His voice pierced through the void and contained a mysterious power that could seize the good fortune of the heavens and earth. In the depths of his soul, a puppet appeared. This puppet was like his own life essence, and it was extremely lifelike. In the blink of an eye, it was placed within Jiang Li's soul. Originally, signing a contract with the castle would give me power, but at the same time, my fate would be miserable. But now that you're here, I can finally be free. Therefore, I'll use the death substitution technique I've been researching for countless years. I'll pour all of my aura and psyche, as well as destiny, onto you. You'll take control of the contract, and I'll be free if you die in my place. Kacha, that puppet had truly fused with Jiang Li's flesh and soul, and there was no longer any distinction between them. It was as if he had signed a contract with the mysterious castle, and the primordial heavenly king was relaxed, free, and free. At the same time, he had also obtained great benefits without paying any price. Yuanshi, said Jiang Li, his emotionless voice ringing out. You've been fooled, after all. All of a sudden, a profound will pierce through the primordial chaos, into the infinity world, and into Tao's body. Tao trembled, and couldn't help but connect with the axe. Yuanshi, that's exactly what I want you to do. That way, I can use the contract you signed with the castle to transfer to the axe on Tao's back. If you can do it, why can't I? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.